Yeah,
so you can even go downwind, to Nico, just smooth people move.
Yeah,
it's fine.
But I mean, it's because it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I mean, it's sorry.
It's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
So you can switch it
Yeah,
off.
we can just turn it off.
Yeah.
You want me to talk? We just carry on talking normally. You got levels are okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. Yeah, we're going to start soon.
Close it.
Yeah, we are going to have to close here as well. Let me just check with Will. Perfect. Okay. To get their numbers down. Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, I'm probably going to close that one as well. Yeah, best we can. Morning and welcome from the recreation ground here in Oudtshoorn for this very, very important Division 1 clash in the CSA 50 over Cup for ladies. And the news here from Oudtshoorn is that the Garden Route Badgers have won the toss and decided to bat first. And we're waiting. In fact, as we are looking now, you're going to see them coming into your shot pretty soon. Is the opening batters for the Garden Route Badgers. That's Tabitha Lachransi and Michelle May. And it is Free State going to be opening the bowling. We're just going to give you the name of the person who is opening the bowling once we can get that. Just trying to see who the different players are and get their numbers here. But just to give you the lineups, once I introduce my co-commentator, I'm here with Warren Bell. Morning, Warren.
Morning, sir. Morning, all viewers. Absolutely pleasure to be here this morning for this very important clash, like my co-commentator mentioned. Yeah, very excited for this clash here. Very important match for both groups, a team and Steve's team staff. So, yeah, let's get going.
Yeah, 100%. We have umpires Gaynor Sabola standing here at the northern end of the ground, the mall end here. That's it, Queen's Mall, is it, behind us? Yeah, Queen's Mall end. And then coming in from the Oudtshoorn end to open the bowling, the freestyle one. It's a very good ball in the block hole to start. And we have bowling from that end. It looks like it is indeed. Actually, the person I sort of expected maybe bowling first is I think it's Elandri Janssen van Rensburg, and we have two Janssen van Rensburgs on the field, Elandri and Giselle, and it is Elandri bowling from the southern end of the ground. That's beautifully played. Giving it a full go is Tabitha Lachransi, but out straight to the fielder at cover, and that's Mignon van der Merwe, formerly known as Mignon de Prier. Former pro-chair, lady with much experience. She's recently been commentating on the ladies' matches and not doing that today. She's here in Oudtshoorn playing for Free State, and that will be the first extra of the innings and the first run on the board for the team from Oudtshoorn and Southwestern Districts. Just need to move my position slightly so I can see the scoreboard. And that is 1 without loss in the first over. As we're trying to get our feed as well through here. That's a good delivery on the line of middle and off stump. Just bowling to the left-hander over the wicket, the right arm, Elandri Janssen van Rensburg, but nothing to report. So a bit of a quietish sort of start, but Tabitha, we know Tabitha, she's not necessarily going to hold back. Normally quite an explosive batter up front. That's nicely played to extra cover. So you know you only have the one static camera looking at the pitch, so just to give you an idea of the field, is a slip third, a backward, we got almost a gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fielder at fine leg. And that's straight down to mid-off, that's to Giselle van Janssen van Rensburg, and there is no run. So a quiet start, important just to get going up front. And I'll try and put down the numbers of the different players here so they're going to be easier for us to identify. Oh, she bowled him! That's off the inside edge, it looked like, and onto the stumps, and that is very big wicket, you must say, for the team from Free State, Recon Tactical Free State, and it's Elandri Janssen van Rensburg who gets the first wicket, and that is really disappointing for the Badgers. Tabitha Lachransi has to go. That one outside the line of the off stump, she has a full go at it, but not quite a straight bat, and just unfortunately for her, dragging it onto the middle stump.
Yeah, not the start that the SWD wanted. Obviously one of the very aggressive batters that you mentioned earlier out in the first over. Also just very well constructed over from Van Rensburg as a bowler here, but like you said, maybe just overcompensating, going in front foot and slightly inside edge and onto the stumps. But the look that Free State, the start the Free State wanted, I guess. So striking early in the first over, what a good start.
Yeah, and it is off the last ball of the first over, and certainly could well have been the one that came back in slightly at Tabitha Lachransi, and unfortunately she has to make her way back to the pavilion, and hopefully now Mika Derrida has come in, but it will be Michelle May who's going to face, and she will be facing, we'll tell you now who she's going to be facing. It is in fact Giselle Janssen van Rensburg, who can be bowling from the northern end of the ground, the Queen's Mall end, and she has number 17 on her back. Just to try and get a view of who the different players are. Zintle Kula, the captain of the team, number 55 on her back, and next to Giselle, it's actually Elandri here in front of us as well at mid-on, and that's fielded in the colours. Looks like Miane Smith there. She's got number 12 on her back, then it is Miane. Yeah, that is definitely Miane Smith, so she's that's her normal number she wears, whatever team she plays for. So young SA under 19 star, called up to the South African emerging team that went to Ghana for the Africa Games, where they managed to secure the silver medal.
Yeah.
Miane was actually at bat when they, in the last over there, when they went to the super over, and you have to feel for the ladies, just not getting over the line there against Zimbabwe. That's also nicely played by Michelle, just guiding it into the offside to that fielder at point. And that is Mignon van der Merwe, 22 I think she normally wears on her back. We'll put that in there as well. There we go. So we'll manage to hopefully then identify who these fielders are for you, and that's on the legs, and she's not going to miss out there. Michelle plays it down into the leg side for her first run, and the second run for the Garden Route Badgers. and they'll be looking for a good innings from Michelle May today. Warren?
Yeah, Michelle May is going to have to play a big role today. As Tireda gets a kind of face and strike here.
We'll keep talking. Fine.
Yeah, as you said, this is going to be a very important partnership for the Badgers here, as the bowler runs in. Yeah, just batted back, little forward defence there, but trying to guide it through the leg side. So, yeah, nice little start for Free State here. Very important that this partnership gets bowled from these two batters at the crease right now.
Yeah, it's not the start that the Garden Badgers would have wanted, but certainly exactly the start that Free State would have wanted.
Yes.
And Mika Derrida very correctly in behind that one, and it's the end of the second over, just the one run off the second over, that one from Giselle Janssen van Rensburg. So we've had the two Janssen van Rensburgs bowling in tandem.
Just some info on the wicket. I was down there earlier this morning. It looked a bit bare from on the one side, the Tunico side. Other side there's a little bit of grass cover, but I think it should hold up for the whole day, to be honest. Let's hope and see that we can get some positive cricket being played today.
It looked like a really good surface.
Yeah,
I agree.
it does
look like a really good batting surface, and really thinking that the team that did win the toss would be looking to bat first, and exactly what has happened. Now the important thing for the Badgers is to put the runs on the board, and they'll be looking to these two, particularly the experienced campaigners here in this team for the Garden Route Badgers, to get the runs. The batting lineup for the Badgers: Michelle May, Tabitha Lachransi, Mika Derrida, Asaki Nyuvane, Julia Hall, Haroline Rhodes, Michaela Andrews, Yolandi Simon, Chantal van Schoor, Janae Winster and KK Mate. And then we'll take you through the lineup for Free State shortly, as that's just tickled into the leg side. They should be through for an easy single. Derrida just running her bat in, which we did see in saw quite a bit in the under 19 tour, and sorry, under 19s, I mean the T10 tournament I've just come off, and in women's cricket as well, funnily, where the batters don't always run their bat in, which is a bit. There's a couple of technical things that certainly in that club tournament I noticed where could be. Certainly could be better from a point of view that a couple of run-outs there where the bats were in the air, which was interesting.
Yeah, it looked like Van Rensburg get a little bit shape here, so slightly away from the right hand. So also just trying to hit a nice good length round, maybe hit it up off stump. Similar field to the previous one, but yeah, like you said earlier, just small basic things that can be touched up on.
Ooh. Yeah, she has a full go at that one outside the off stump. I know they do say if you're going to go hard, and that's very important. If it does go, it might go flying through into the slip area. As we look at wicketkeeper Veronisa Reddy takes that one quite nicely behind. She certainly has impressed me as a wicketkeeper this season. Ooh, another one, beautiful. Outside the off stump again, just moving away from the right hander there.
Yeah.
Just doesn't want to, it just can't get that line, and that's the one that did for Tabitha Lachransi in the previous over.
Yeah, exactly.
The one that just angles into the left hander, angles away from the right hander, and Lachransi caught playing with an oblique bat, just edging it into the middle stump. So it certainly looks, Warren, like there's more on offer for the bowler bowling from the Outeniqua end here. Bit of grass, as you said.
Yeah, from that side.
From that side. And we haven't seen too much yet from Giselle Janssen van Rensburg from this side, but Elandri there doing the job, and that was just another single off that over. So 3 for 1 after 3 overs. So that makes the run rate easy to calculate.
Yeah, pretty decent start, like we said earlier. There's a little bit of grass there. Obviously, bearing in mind that they do use 2 new balls, so it will tend to move around a bit in the morning. So yeah, let's see if these batters can hold up to it. Nice in the fuller side there, driven to cover there, but no run. Drop ball. As the free side bowlers, we can see that probably just trying to be more on the fuller side, giving the ball time to swing. Yeah, these two opening bowlers van Rensburg doing their job nicely.
She's in again, and that's left alone outside the off stump. That's actually a good leave there, probably on a 5th stump line, and no danger in leaving that one. And just again, 50 over cricket, very different in fact to 20 over cricket in many ways, in that you do have time. You know, dot balls maybe towards the end of the innings are something that you would not want, but early on rather make sure you're safe and you can build an innings. There's a bit of exercise there for Gaynor Sabola, just stretching the arms, and that's the second wide of the innings to go, with 2 singles that Michelle May has got so far. So a wide for both of the 2 opening bowlers so far. Again, just tickled into the leg side, and you feel perhaps that mid-wicket is not perhaps, maybe they should have somebody at square leg as well to prevent that single. Certainly the bowler not necessarily bowling to a field at the moment.
Yeah, that one's slightly too straight. If you were going to maybe put the fielder, maybe ask mid-wicket just to go a bit squarer.
Yeah.
If she's going to bowl straighter, but I think she might just be slightly outside off stump here. Yeah, which she does in a fuller length, but just driven to the cover region again for no run.
Yeah, she slightly overcompensated a bit there, a little bit wide, but understandably so, from the fact that the previous one on the pads of May, who tickled that one nicely out into the leg side, which she has done already on a couple of occasions. So can't really afford to be too straight with the field she's got, and that is way too wide, and that's another wide, this time down the offside from Giselle. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? So, when you've dealt a lot with younger players, Warren, is trying to give them advice in terms of what set fields, bowl to a specific field.
Ooh,
that's a good delivery, but it's angling, I think, down the leg side. No thought of an appeal. I certainly didn't get the choir going on that one. No danger, so I try and pick up another fielder's number there, and didn't quite manage to get that right. But it is, when you're Vandermerwe at point, got Miane Smith at extra cover, the captain Zintle Kula at mid-off. It's again a bit of shape into the right-handed De Ridder, end of the 4th over, and it's 6 without loss. 2 wides in that over from Giselle Janssen van Rensburg, 6 for the loss of 1, not without loss, and the 3 off that over. So most expensive over so far. 4 overs gone, 6 for the loss of 1. It's a beautiful day here.
Yeah, nice. It is a quite chill. You can kind of feel that season's changing. So but still a very nice, pleasant morning here in Oudtshoorn this morning. As you mentioned earlier, you're trying to give some bowlers and young players some plans as the financial runs in. Going nicely on the fuller side, but probably just a 5th, 6th stump, just inside the wild line. You tend to want to give them the surroundings or the scenarios in the game when you prepare themselves, but that's quite challenging in the net.
Yeah.
For younger cricketers, it's best for them to be outside and just trying to solve the problems in the middle, I guess. Ooh, nicely bowled again. And then she's been hitting the straps really nicely.
Yeah.
Just outside of some, making the batter drive. May there, just lured into a fast little shot there. But like we say, the more they play, the better they'll get, and they'll get to correct the mistakes outside the middle instead of just being the net the whole time.
Just angled down to the gully. There's no run there. And
yeah, the two batters after just losing a quick wicket, you feel, get the sense that they're just trying to have a look.
yeah, I think it's very important, you say, just trying to gauge it. I think she's been bowling very well though.
Yes.
Elandri Jans van Rensburg, she's kept that in the right spot, and she's beaten the bat on a number of occasions already, and she's picked up the wicket of Tawita Lachransi early on at the end of her first over. So that first wicket falling with the score on 1, just the 1 wide when that score came through, and that is not going to be a run. You can't take a run there. That one in very quickly, and I'm just trying to see who that fielder is. Number 19 is Molefe, Pretty Molefe. Number 19, who just about got every single fielder. The only one we haven't got so now is Evodia Yukile.
Yeah.
We'll get that soon. That is 2 wide down the leg side. So already guilty of bowling 4 wides, the team from Free State.
Yeah, I looked at Free State's previous game. Also, extras was 20. So it's something the coaches probably wanted to just touch down a button from the bowling side. Oh, nicely bowled again. Just outside off, so that's the end of the over. Its current score is 7 for 1. Yeah, you can also gauge from May's body language, maybe trying to be too tentative and having a look. We understand they lost the wicket, but you can sense that she wants to get to strike.
Yeah, just wants to get bats on board, doesn't she? And try and ensure that she doesn't get herself out or doesn't play anything too forceful. She has the ability to play forceful shots. Saw her score a very good 40 in a losing cause here earlier on in the season in the one-day cup for the Badgers. And her more experienced, but her Proteas partner Mika Derrida there, she's going to have a big job to do today. Sense going to need a big innings from her. Annerie Dirksen, having been called up to the national squad last minute yesterday.
Yes.
We're unsure, may well have been some maybe cover for one of the other players that may have been injured. We're not 100% sure. That's wasn't quite met with the full face of the bat there, as that one was probably in a position that she could drive, but safely down to the fielder at mid-off. And some of the earlier games in the season where Tasman Brits hasn't been playing and Annery haven't been playing, we'll just talk about that now. That is another wide outside the off stump, and wide's by far the biggest contributor so far to the score. That's Giselle bowled to 3rd wide, so it's 5 wides already for the innings, and that is, as I say, the bulk of the score so far. 8 for 1. May's got 3, and there's 5 wide so far on the board. That's another wide down the leg side this time, so overcompensating for that offside. She's really struggling from this side, isn't she, Giselle? A lot more, it seems, than Elandri is from the southern end of the ground.
She bowled nicely the first over from that side. Maybe just trying to overcompensate, like you said. Yeah, another one in the fuller length there. Start ball driven to mud on there. The rudder looks comfortable at the crease, to be honest, but just not just finding the gaps as comfortably as well. So let's see what she can come up with here.
That's nicely tickled into the leg side, and Michelle May has to take the dive, and I think she's safe. Umpire Rensha Pretorius has a good look, but that was a risky single. It was to the right of the fielder at mid-off. I think that's mid-wicket. That's Pretty Molefe, I think.
Yes.
And she came in very quickly and hurled it in to the stumps, and it was wicketkeeper Reddy who took the bails off, but Michelle May putting in the dive there, and umpire Rensha Pretorius deciding she did get her back grounded behind the line, unfortunately for the Badgers. And for Mika Derrida now, she's off the mark with that single.
Yeah, just the field placing there. Free State opting to take the slip out, putting it extra cover catching.
That's sliced away very nicely past the gully, and they should come through for 2, and they do. May just putting in a little bit on the afterburners there as well to get in and get that sorted out. I just want to, we're getting a bit of background noise here as well. The feedback I'm getting is that there's some background. I just want to try and see if I can fix that. We're just going to go off air for a couple of minutes for you. As that's played very nicely down the ground by Michelle May, and that may go for the first boundary of the day, and indeed it does. So Warren, you missed that first boundary, I'm sorry about that. It's a ball full toss on the line of leg stump. She played it beautifully straight of the wicket on the onside down to the boundary in front of us for 4. So the first boundary for Michelle May, and she has taken her time to get settled, and that one she managed to take full toll of it, and adding on to the 2 that she scored earlier on in the over, she has now got a boundary to her name. So the total moves to 13, is it? Is it 15 now? 16 actually, I think it is. 16 for the loss of 1 at the end of the 6th over. So it's amazing what just 1 over where you hit a boundary can make a difference already. And just, yeah, I'm still getting some noise, I think, coming through. I'm going to just change this around. Just give us a moment, please. And you join us as we see a wicket going down. It is Elandri Janssen van Rensburg who's taken yet another wicket. This time Mika Derrida caught behind, and she has to go, I think, only scoring the 1 run, and it's 19 for the loss of 2 here for the team from Oudtshoorn. Warren just playing at that one outside the off stump.
Yeah, nice. Going, nothing really out of the ordinary, just a good ball, a good length, and she just nicked it straight to the keeper. There's just slightly on the fuller side, but credit needs to be given to the bowler to just on this nice and disciplined and stayed on a good length there. As her figures are currently leading 3.4 overs, 2 for 6 runs there. Current score is 19 for 2. So yeah, very good start for the Free State ladies here. Some serious batting needs to be done here from the Badgers.
Yes, it has been a very difficult start here, winning the toss and deciding to bat first. It has been Tabita Lachransi out in the first over and without scoring, 1 for 1 and now 19 for 2 after 6.4 overs, as Warren said, with the wicket of Mika Derrida, and it is Asake Nyuvani who now comes to the crease, and she has a job to do. Also called up to the SA emerging team that toured Zimbabwe last year. So Asake Nyuvani, number 99, on her back, and she and Michelle May have got a rebuilding job to do, but Elandri Janssen van Rensburg is going to have something to say about that. Nicely outside the off stump. Seems her natural shape is away from the right-hander. He does have the ability to bring it in, so got to be careful.
Yeah.
Tries to set you up in terms of that. So
yeah, the old fast bowler streaks there. Maybe just slightly jumping wide of the crease, but to see what she comes up with the last ball here. Ooh, there's the one we spoke about.
Yep.
Straight into the patch, but just nudged down there to the mid-wicket area. And a dot ball. Yeah, great start for Free State here. As we mentioned earlier, that the Badgers needs to just knuckle down and look for a partnership, looking for someone to bat with May, as May currently stands in 10. But very good start from the Free State ladies.
Yeah, an excellent start for them at the moment, as it's all to play for in this match. This is the match between teams currently 5th and 6th on the log, and we'll try and get you that information as well shortly in terms of the standings. The teams playing at the moment at the Wanderers as well. Hollywood Bets Dolphins playing against the DP World Lions in the other match of this weekend and the day today. And change of bowler. It is, I think, going to be Evodia Yekile who's coming on. It is indeed, and that is to be expected. Number 61 on her back. So we now have the entire team. So that's okay. So we, just to give you information, is we don't have a monitor here, so we are commentating based on what we can see in front of us, and we know you can see just a standard view of the pitch. So we'll attempt to fill in all the gaps and blanks for you there. As we go through. So Verdia Yekile, very accomplished bowler, spin bowler. She's been on the scene and around for quite some time. Did play, as far as I remember, for Northwest and has moved to the Free State. And that's a good delivery. She played it over the top, which is well played by Michelle May, and that's going to come down to the boundary for 4, and that's her second boundary signalled by umpire Gaynor Sabola. Both of them down the ground, and that's the safest place to hit the ball.
Yeah, very, very conventional cricket shot here. Slightly fuller from the spinner and just popped over the top. Very good shot there, straight down the ground. As the fielder now goes from mid off to long off. And like we said, that's probably the bare side of the wicket, so hence them bringing spinner. But they're opting to bring mid off back up and then long on out. Yeah, very good cricket shot. Just giving you our understanding of the field. There's 2 fielders out, one at cow corner and then one at long on, as that one is just batted down straight down to the bowler.
Yeah, so just allowed 2 fielders outside the circle in the power play over and overs, and that we've still got 3 overs left of the power play. Well, not quite 3 overs now, about 2 overs and 3 balls left in the power play, as Badgers have moved to 23 for the loss of 2. That's very nicely flighted there from Evodia Yekile, bowling her, looks like right arm off breaks, as far as I remember. That's what she bowls, so she's away from us again, and the off break, it's nicely fully pitched. She gives it a chance then, as Miane Smith does a diving, tumbling stop at extra cover. End of the over, her first one, and that's 4 in that over from Evodia Yekile. Just the one scoring shot down the ground. It was a nice looking shot as well, lofted over the bowler's head for 4. 23 for 2 after 8, so batting at just shy of 3 runs to the over at the moment. But the big thing is having lost 2 wickets.
Yeah, that's spot on. It's going to be very challenging since the pace has been taken off from the free side, from one end, from the Moore side. So she pulled it back nicely after that boundary. As we see Van Rensburg from the Outenico side, still trying to make some more inroads into the batting line of the Badgers.
Yeah, she's done very well so far, 2 for 6 in her 4 overs, and she's been bowling on the money the entire morning, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's been spot on again, even at that little bit, just nice on the fuller side, on the offside, trying to make the batter play to the covers, which is still carrying a slip and a gully there, so it's important that the batters have a proper look at her, getting some shape away from the bat as she runs in.
Well, that's very nicely played by Nyuvani, but she's not going to get it through past, I think it's pretty Molefe, it is indeed, at mid-wicket. So she's got the standard field again. They haven't changed the field. The only thing they've done is move the slip a little bit wider.
Yes.
From first slip to more like a second slip, Warren. Otherwise, standard ring field on the offside, and that's down the leg side. That will be... Oh, she's nicked it down the leg side. My word, it looked for that it was actually going to be wide, but she's got a slight touch on that one down the leg side, and it's taken well by Reddy, and that is a huge blow. And Nyuvani, who was not able to trouble the scorers, I don't think, and she has gone with her score on 0, and only, it's looking at the number of balls she faced, I think 5 balls that she actually faced there. And that is a huge blow.
Yeah, another massive loss for the Badgers. Again, just a strangled down leg, I guess. But the keeper, like you said, the keeper really had to move pretty nicely to get it. But yeah, you can see just a little shock in the Badgers as a dugout there that they're finding themselves 3 down within the power play. And the score is currently 23 for 3.
Yeah, that is not what the doctor ordered at all, having won the toss and decided to bat first. And it's I think it's Julia Hall that's coming in now just to get the glasses on and make sure that I'm correct. It is indeed Julia Hall. Once again, a player that has got some good runs in the T20 format, not so much necessarily in the 50 over, but she's going to have to play a long innings here today, you feel, if with her partner Michelle May, if the Badgers are going to set any kind of challenging target. Is some batting down the order. Michaela Andrews, known to be a good all-rounder as well, and having come back into the team recently after a long-term injury. You have she really is somebody who can hold the bat. Haroline Rose, the left-hander as well, as that's just left alone outside the off stump, wisely so, from Julia Hall. But that one down the leg side looked like it was quite far down the leg side, and then just obviously got a faint touch on it. Umpire Rensha Pretorius had no hesitation in giving it out.
Yeah, it must have been a good little touch onto, maybe there's a glove there.
Maybe, yeah. That's nicely played by Hall, but only as far as Van Rensburg at mid-on, and there is no run. So, yeah, it's almost a bit shocked here that it is, in fact, 23 for the loss of 3, and it has been the impressive bowling of Elandra Jans van Rensburg. She's got 3 wickets. And just thank you, we believe that background noise is now much better. We have tried to improve the situation here. You are getting a bit of noise coming from the drag strip behind us. Sorry, no, it's not the drag strip. It's the it's the main road. So and yeah, so it really has been a very, very difficult start for the Badgers. So it is 9 overs gone now. Score 23 for the loss of 3. So that was a wicket maiden there from Elandri Janssen van Rensburg, and excellent stuff from her. So she has got 3 wickets for 6 runs in 5 overs. So I'm talking a bit over here as Evodia Yekile has already bowled 2 balls. She gets through overs really quickly. Ooh, that one, that one just stopped on her, and she just plays it forward, comes forward to it, but there's no danger. Perhaps if they are so on top, maybe a short player there, and that's played nicely, a little bit airborne, but it is going to go down to the boundary for 4, backward a point, and another boundary for Michelle May. That's her 3rd, and she's the one really making things happen here for the Badgers. She moves on to 18 with that boundary, and that wasn't a bad shot at all.
Yeah, nice shot. It was worth giving there. I think May is maybe just trying to get something on the board here. But yeah, good start from her. She must have been, just shocked a little bit, just losing 3 partners so quickly in the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's carrying on nicely. Nice little shot to the point region there for 4.
And they are going to need her to stay there and play a long innings, you feel. Now she's just back and across, and that's sorted out.
Yeah, really, again, a boundary from this over, but the Friesen won't be much bothered by that. Again, it's a boundary 5-dot ball, so since the other opening bowler has been striking that side, it looked like it's a change from the Oudtshoorn side. There's the end of the power play. Current score reading 27 for 3 after 10.
So yes, 27 for 3 at the end of the power play, so that's also 2.7 runs and over only so far that the Golden Badgers have scored, and it'll be Julia Hall, and there is going to be a change of bowling from the southern end of the ground, the Oudtshoorn end. I think just trying to see who this might be. It's either is Mampe Nsane, or it's going to be, I think it might be Mampe Nsane who's coming in to bowl from that end. It is indeed Nsane. I'm 19 on her back.
Yeah.
Have I got that right? No, I got that wrong, have I? It's Pretty Molefe.
Yeah, Molefe is.
So it is Pretty Molefe. So Pretty Molefe coming in from the southern end of the ground, the Oudtshoorn end, and she's towards us now. Left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Julia Hall, and there is no run on that occasion. Field very much the same as we have had.
So no change in the field, just the umpire making Molefe aware that she's running on the wicket there. Interesting is she's coming around the wicket first up to the right-hander as a left-arm seamer, but let's see how she goes.
He's just wanting to try and cramp her a little bit for space. And just playing that into the covers. It's Bjarne Smith at the moment with the ball. So we have got that slip, 3rd, gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and between a fine leg and a long leg. Most long leg rather than fine leg. That's played down to that fielder at long leg. Julia Hall is going to get off the mark with that shot, and that'll make her feel a lot better.
Yeah.
And certainly, as the 3 batters that have lost their wickets so far was Tabitha Lachransi, bowled by Elandri Janssen van Rensburg off the inside edge, and that was without scoring. Mika de Ridder then caught behind the regulation catch edge outside the off stump, and she scored 1, and then Asaka Nyuvani caught down the leg side, but it was strangle, and just edged it very fine to the wicketkeeper Reddy, who came around very nicely to her left. It's angled out by May into the offside. So it's been impressive from Janssen van Rensburg so far.
Yeah, Van Rensburg's been impressive. Also quite surprised that she's been taken off. You probably would have expected 1 or 2 more just to try and get more inroads into the Badgers lineup. But Molefe being entrusted here to build some more pressure as a bowler as she comes into May. Yeah, nicely in the fuller length there, just patted full defence back to the bowler. Again, just from what we view, from our side here, what we're viewing, you can sense that May is trying to have a go, or maybe pop one or two, but also she's aware of her surroundings and the situation she's finding herself, and so, and she's kind of standing on 18 not out.
And she's trying to set her stall here to play a long innings. You sense that the Badgers are going to get a good total here. She's going to need to stay there for most of the innings. And that just played nicely out to extra cover. That's Miane Smith there, and there is no run. So the end of the over, and it is, we are now 28. So just a single off the over. That to Julia Hole, getting Julia Hole off the mark. So Pretty Malefe starts off with just the one run off her over. 28 without the 28 for the loss of 3, should I say, after 11 overs. As going to welcome in to join me in the commentary box is Albertus Kennedy. Albertus, good to have you with me. It's good to be here, I must say.
Thank you. A beautiful sunny day after very nice rain the past week. The Badgers won the toss, and after the first few overs, we must say advantage to the visitors from Free State. Well done. They pick up 3 wickets, 3 very good wickets. And as you correctly say, a lot of pressure now on Julia Hall and Michelle May to consolidate and to get the innings back on track. Good morning, Warren.
Morning.
Beautiful autumn day.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Yeah.
It is.
It's Evodio Yukile away from us again. That's just played into the covers, fielded by Van Rensburg, the Landry of the Landry kind. Yeah, Landry and Giselle Janssen van Rensburg. We're not sure if they are sisters, but it's Yakila again. That's on the line of middle stump, and that is going to be pulled around. Is it going to go to the boundary? It doesn't look like it, as it is, I think, Celia that comes around to field that one from her position at deep mid-wicket, and they do get those through for 2. So that's a good 2 from Julia Hall, with just short and onto the line of middle stump. She really did play that very nicely out into the leg side, and a lot's going to depend on these 2, you feel, Albertus?
Absolutely. Free State, bottom of the lock, and just by the look of things, they're a much better team than bottom of the lock. That's where they currently sit. They've obviously got a premier run scorer in Mignon van der Merwe, who's the leading run scorer in the competition thus far. The Badgers obviously without Tasman Brits, who's on national duty. I yesterday found out that she will go for surgery and miss out in the one-day match against Sri Lanka today. And last night, Andre Derksen was flew up to Kimberley as precaution for today's test match. So they're without Derksen and Brits. As most of the season, they're very much dependent on their depth because of players that is on national duty. And the intent very clearly there from Julia Hall to take the game forward.
Yeah, very nice shot. Just perhaps a bit of heart in mouth for a moment, perhaps as that one was in the air, but managed to get that one nicely down to long on. She takes another single, so she moves on to 4 with that shot, and she has so far been looking in
very sharp
really
fielding there.
Yeah, very good fielding, and that let's see who that is. Let's see if we can pick up who that is.
As I always ask my co-commentator Warren Bell, the Badgers won the toss. They opted to bat first. It is a nice wicket. It's a very nice batting wicket. I had a look at it. So the wicket will definitely not influence the outcome of this game. I think as the day progresses, and batting will just become more and more easier.
Yeah, you spot in there. Playing some cricket here in Oudtshoorn, so yeah, that's normally the outcome. But like I mentioned earlier, there is 2 new balls, so that could also play some sort of advantage, even to the batters, because the ball stays slightly harder. So yeah, but let's see how May and Hall can construct a partnership that the Badgers will probably need very much to be built and trying to take it deep into this inning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so very important match this for both of these teams, but it is the Recon Tactical Free State, even if they get a bonus point win today, will not move out of bottom position. So certainly with their position on the T20 log, this playing for pride today and tomorrow, Recon Tactical Free State, and perhaps we can run through some of the how it works in terms of a promotion relegation aspect here in this division. But certainly at this stage, it is going to be Recon Tactical Free State that are going to be relegated to Division 2.
That's only after year 2, obviously.
Year 2.
So they will calculate the 50 over and the division. The 50 over and the T20 competitions will be considered for relegation. The Badgers, they're currently on 18 points. They picked up 4 victories. They can move the best to the 4th position on the lock, ahead of the Titans, should they win here today, irrespective whether they win without or with a bonus point.
So a very important match for both teams. So Free State staying in the top division for next season.
They will definitely stay there, and I must say, if you look at the team, they're in the process to build a very nice team from what we saw earlier today.
Free State had a slow start to this season. They're picking up some momentum now towards the back end. So, like my co-commentator said, they're building on nicely and they're reaping the fruits quite early.
Absolutely, and obviously they've got a premier run scorer in Mignon van der Merwe, who already made her mark on national level, so she's a great asset for the team. But as you correctly said, we will find out if the Van Rensburgs are related to one another. They're a very good team, and then they've also obviously got a very impressive player in Mianay Smith, who's a youngster. I remember in the previous match in Bloemfontein, which the Badgers closely won, she put up a very good performance, and there's a single as a bit of a misfield, very unlikely from the Free State side. I watched them taking through the fielding drills yesterday afternoon. I was very impressed with their fielding abilities.
Very good. That's Mianay Smith there, the youngster you were talking about. Incredibly impressed with her. Saw her at the under-19 week in Cape Town earlier on this season, and also having seen her a number of times on television, both for the SA under-19 and for the emerging team. That's another wide down the leg side, this time from Pretty Molefe, who's into her 2nd over. So far 3 runs off 1.5 overs, so first wide, and already the only thing perhaps from a Free State point of view they will be looking at the moment, they've already conceded 7 wides, which is not what they would have wanted to do. Total moved into the 30s now, 33 it is, I think, for a loss of 3.
Yeah, big responsibility on the broad shoulders of Michelle May. She is a seasoned campaigner. If my calculations are not wrong, she spent between 10 and 15 seasons here with the Badgers. She saw them emerge from a amateur team to a semi-professional team and now to a professional team. She's from Riversdale. She's a teacher there, and there's a lot of responsibility on her broad shoulders. She did well in the first few overs to stay there and to hang in and to keep the scoreboard ticking.
She did exceptionally well, and a very good 40-yard, say, in a losing cause earlier on in the season here at Oudtshoorn. I can't remember who the match was against, but certainly shouldered that responsibility. She had to play through the innings as far as she could in that innings, just to get the Badgers to a total that was potentially defendable. I think it might have been against the it wasn't against the Lions, I'm just trying to think.
It was against the Dolphins.
Dolphins, was it? Yes, where she played exceptionally well in that match.
Correct.
And they'll be looking for something again from her and from Julia Hall. Julia Hall played a very good innings in a losing cause against the Lions in the T20 match here. But, she certainly has the ability to play a long innings, and hoping for the Badgers' sake she can do that today. Just perhaps a bit more on the Annery Dirksen and Tasman Britt's side. So Tasman Britt's going in for surgery after that brilliant 116 she scored in the first, rained out 50 the ODI.
Yeah, she teared a meniscus tendon, so she will undergo surgery. And Dirksen obviously always on the fringes of the team, the national team, so she got the call up. It's a big drawback for the Badgers. She's a very versatile player that can bat and bowl.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, earlier on in the season, in what was probably the tightest match that I have witnessed here at the recreation ground, just failing to get the Badgers over the line in the 20-over match against Western Province, and needing 6, I think, off the last over. She scored 106 not out off 120 out of 121 in that match.
That's correct.
The next highest score was 5. So Annelie Dirksen, absolutely incredible performances with both bat and ball for the Badgers this season. So a big miss today for the team, and every match very important. If you're talking on a 2-year cycle, very important every match and the positions that you get on the log. So this Free State team, they don't look like an outfit that should be at the bottom of the log in both competitions.
I completely agree with you. And Molefe, she bowled 2 overs from the Freda Street end of the ground. Very economical, only conceded 3 runs. And there's a very good delivery. There's another shout for leg before, the umpire indicating that ball most probably missed leg stump.
Yeah, you always know with umpire Rensha Pretoria, she's going to tell you what's happening. She gave us, in a previous match where we were commentating, she gave us a bit of heart palpitations because the bowler was running in front of her and there was a massive appeal. She couldn't give the decision, so she put her hand up in front of her face, basically in front of her to say, you must move, I can't see, you must move. Thought she was giving it out.
Yeah, the other match today is between the DP World Lions. They're sitting on top on 29 points. They're taking on 24 points second. They played at lock leaders, the Dolphins in Johannesburg, was on 29 points. So only a comprehensive bonus point victory will take the Lions to the top of the table and winning Division 1.
That's right.
The Dolphins looks the favourite. They obviously lost here against the Badgers, courtesy of a brilliant century by Tasman Brits.
Tasman Brits, that's very nicely played by Julia Hall. Slightly oblique bat, but it's going to go down to the boundary for 4, and that's her first boundary, and a welcome one for the Badgers as they move now. And Julia Hall's actually going to move into double figures, I think, with that shot. 38 for the loss of 3. It is now for the Badgers, and this partnership now worth 15 between these two. After the last wicket fell at 23, so Julia Hall getting her first boundary. First one off Molefe as well, left arm seaman. That's nicely played through the backward, through the gully area. It's Mignon Fanemeva chasing that one, and she hauls it in and hurls it in, and goes through for 2. They do, the 2 batters. So Julia Hall just looking like she's got a bit of a measure of Pretty Molefe now, and she's just played a couple of really nice shots.
Yeah, Molefe's figure's not that pretty anymore after these 2 shots, after a very economical start. But she will be desperate to make a comeback with 2 balls left in her 3rd over.
Oh, that's beautifully played down the ground. That one should be cut off potentially as it's a dive, but no, she's not able to cut it off the fielder. And desperate attempt there, but yet another boundary, and that this time by Giselle Janssen van Rensburg, but she can't stop that one from going down. 2 boundaries to Julia Hall in this over, and so 10 off this over so far from Pretty Molefe, and certainly a good over this for the Badgers. It has been moving into the 40s now with that 2 and the 4. That's 44 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, Warren, if you look at the proceedings here, I think the Badgers will be aiming to at least 180.
Yeah, nicely guided down there to 3rd man. Yeah, great over for the Badgers here. Obviously starting this partnership nicely as Holsteins on 17 and May on 18. Some great information given there by the commentators on the previous games, but currently you feel the Badgers is just focusing on this partnership and trying to get to a nice little stand here. Regarding the scores for 50 overs, you probably maybe around about 180, 190 target there, but this partnership is going to play a massive role to see how deep they can, and they also look like they just change momentum slightly now with the bat, so let's see if they can continue doing that.
Yeah, as you learn with women's cricket, the first season of the professional era, runs on the board is always a competitive start, and good runs on the board.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, some low totals have been defended in this competition. Think of a 50 over win here as well, where the Badgers got, I think, under 150 and managed to defend.
Against the Lions, yeah.
It was indeed against the Lions. 130 or a 120 that they defended, which was outstandingly done. And the spinners here on this wicket, we certainly have got, if you look at the team for the Badgers, have the outstanding Janae Winster, who's really been one of the stalwarts of the attack here for many years. She did miss some of the season due to injury, but she has certainly been in very good form. KK Mato also been in very good form, and
we set for an interesting day of cricket. I also noticed the name of Isel Salier. She's from the Northwest, a very good cricket player, competent batsman, was also knocking on the door for higher honours.
Yolandi Potkita and Isel Salier, as you say, will be opening the batting later on today for this Recon Tactical Free State team. We look forward to seeing that, but at the moment our attention focused very much on the repair job currently being done by these two here at bat. It's Julia Hole and Michelle May. Yeah, very good to get the insights from Albertus and Warren here as to the background for some of these players. She bowled her, and she goes for the sweep shot, and the length is just not quite the right length, and that one goes under the bat and onto the off stump and pegs her back, and that is an unfortunate dismissal for Julia Hole, and she has to go back to the pavilion. She scored 17 off 31 deliveries, 2 fours in that innings, and just when the Badgers were getting back to some kind of parity here, fourth wicket goes down, the score on 45, and that's the best partnership of the innings so far of 22 between these two, but unfortunately she has to go, and that's very unfortunate as Haroline Rhodes comes in to bat now. So unfortunately that partnership broken.
Yeah, I was about to say Julia Hall seems to found a rhythm. She played a nice few shots the previous over, also executed a reverse sweep, not successfully, just shows the confidence, and she will be very disappointed losing a wicket as she was about to build in confidence. Evodia Yakile is also a name that was on the radar for us, also from the Northwest Province, inviting her, giving her a lot of flight to the delivery, and as you correctly said, poorly executed shot cost the wicket of Julia Hall.
Yeah, credit must go to Yakile there for just edging the way net over there. There was, like my co-commentator mentioned, there was a reverse sweep, and she wasn't getting distracted by that, and just plugged away there and then snuck through the lower half there to knock the off stump out the ground.
As we see, it's going to be pretty Molefe to continue from the southern end of the ground, the Freire Street or Outeniqua end of the ground, and really it's a beautiful setting here at the recreation ground at Oudtshoorn. I would recommend that anybody who's a cricket lover who does come through to Oudtshoorn to come past the ground, have a look, come through and perhaps come through and visit and see this beautiful ground setting with looking from the north down towards the Outeniqua Mountains, and then behind the ground just looking towards the Swartberg behind us. I hope I have my geography correct there, Albertus.
No, you've got it spot on.
So beautiful place to come and play cricket.
The north is the Swartberg Mountains, the south is the Outeniquas. And you can also sense that winter is on its way here in the Klein Karoo.
Yeah.
As we turn our attention to Pretty Molefe, who's bowling to Michelle May, who's on 18. Michelle's doing a good job thus far, protecting her wicket. She's joined by also another seasoned campaigner who's been part of the women's team here for more than a decade, Haroline Rhodes. She also previously captained a team, and as they say, she's no mug with a bat.
No, not at all. And good to have a left-hand, right-hand combination. Haroline Rhodes been involved in one very good partnership with Tasman Brits that I can remember earlier in the seasons. That's another one wide down the leg side, and second wide from Molefe. So 8 wides so far from this Free State team. As Warren was saying earlier on today, in the previous match, I think they conceded 20 wides, which really is not something they're going to want to be doing today, but it does look like they are progressing towards that point. Always important to keep it really tight.
As the game develops and the women's game, you would like to see less and less outcome of games that's determined by the number of wides bowled. Yeah. But it is unfortunately still, it is what it is. So the team that can contain themselves in preventing bowling wides will always in for a good chance.
Absolutely right. And you know, looking at the T20 match, I'll just come to that now. Nicely played, just defensively back to the bowler, Michelle May. So really holding up her end here. It's very, very important for her and for the Badgers that she manages to stay there as long as possible and keep the scoreboard ticking along. Julia Hall was certainly in the partnership, scoring 17 out of the 22, the senior partner in terms of the runs scored, but very important for Michelle May to stay there. Molefe towards us now. Just getting that one in the block hole. Sometimes you can play over those, you've got to be a bit careful.
Very good delivery to negotiate, and well done by Michelle May.
Yeah, Molefe's well nicely. Michelle May is going to have to use all the experience, even mentioned earlier about all the experience down there for the Badgers. So the team's going to depend on those years of grinding away and playing nicely. So Molefe again kept coming over the dot ball there. Previous partnership, like we said, all came quickly, scored some runs, but then left May alone. So another partnership have to be constructed again.
Starts from scratch again. May already negotiated 44 deliveries in this innings of 18, and as Evodia Yakile will return from this end, the commentary box end.
So just some news from the other match taking place, which Albertus mentioned a bit earlier at the Wanderers. Currently Hollywood Bets Dolphins, who are batting first, 57 for 1 after 16 overs, so batting at just about 3.5 and over there, and without losing too many wickets. So that certainly would be what they would be looking for, to make sure that they don't concede bonus points and making it life, I think, quite difficult. They are already for the DP World Lions team to get over the line from that point of view, but our focus here is very much on the match taking place in front of us, where at the moment the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers are 46 for loss of 4 as Haroline Rhodes goes back nicely to Pretty Molefe. That's Pretty Molefe, listen to me, to Volia Yakile, and just defends off the back foot. 17 overs and a few balls gone, 46 for the loss of 4 here. And certainly, 180 from here would be a good total to get.
A lot of hard work still required. Giving it a lot of flight, inviting the batter to drive the ball. Very good execution, bowling to a field placing. You can see a heavily loaded offside field for the Knights.
And she wasn't tempted there, was she, Haroline Rose? That was one. It was beautiful, lovely flight outside the off stump. Yeah, and we have a short third point goes through the field now for you after this delivery. And in fact, it might be the end of the over, so we'll go through the field for you at the beginning of the next Yakila over. And she has now finished her, I think that's her 5th or 6th over, just going to get that.
Just finished 6 overs, 1 for 12. Very good bowling from Yakila, getting the important wicket of Julia Hall. James, you commentate a lot and you follow women's cricket. A little bit of a paradigm shift away from the strength of women's cricket in Cape Town.
Yeah.
Yes, they won the T20 competition, Western Province.
And looks like, I mean, they will end on 3rd on the log in terms of the 50 over competition. Not the best 50 over season for them. I think one of the big things, as you say, Albertus, is the depth that you have. Both if you look at Western Province women's cricket, where you may have up to 7 or 8 players out at any given time. That's played very nicely down into the gully position. That's Salier, I think, does the fielding there. And very interesting, a lot of youngsters coming through, which is really good. You've got a number of under-19 players who've played both for South Africa under-19 and now played in the emerging squad. And as I say, sometimes those players not available and you still have got the depth. There's a growing club cricket structure in the Western Cape in women's cricket, which may not necessarily have been there fully in the past, but certainly there's a lot of strength and depth, and you feel that is very good in terms of the professional era, if that depth, as we've seen in the men's game, where you have got that depth that hopefully can then, a number of those players could be signed by other provinces, opportunities for them perhaps to play more regular first team cricket.
A great intent shot, the earlier delivery to the offside by Michelle Maid was fielded.
But it is very interesting. We're seeing a lot of youngsters coming through, Albertus, which I think is very exciting.
Warren will also agree with us that with the international players and their responsibilities for the Proteas, the professional outfit will depend a lot on players from the youth structure and from the club structure to emerge. Last week we saw the local side from Union Stars qualifying for the T20 competition in the Western Cape. They defeated the University of the Western Cape and the University of the Stellenbosch, that Union Stars, comprehensively. So there's a lot of strength in the club cricket system also growing here in the Southwestern Districts. A very good delivery from Pretty Molefe, and that missed everything except the outside edge of the bat.
Yeah, it's very good feedback to hear that the depth of squads is being tested. I mean, you want your younger players to play more cricket, so I think our head needs to be taken off for Cricket South Africa and allowing to the women's games to grow. So yeah, we're doing well currently. As the last ball has always been delivered, and it's just dropped down straight for dot ball there.
Yeah, the Division 2 interprovincial competition was hosted here in Oudtshoorn the previous week, with Eastern Province emerging to be the stronger team. And you can clearly see that the standard of the cricket is growing, and it's all come down to the quality of the coaches and obviously the quality of the elite youth pipeline. As the players take the first drinks break of the morning, it's not a normal Oudtshoorn drinks break where you pray for a drinks break. It's a pretty moderate day outside, only 15 degrees, and I don't think it'll get much warmer than 20 degrees today. So it's a very nice weather conditions to field. As the Badgers, who win the toss, they are currently at 46 for 4, and we could say advantage to the Knights, the visitors from Bloemfontein.
Yeah, the Badgers probably just having a real look now at conditions and what they need to do for the next probably 5 to 10 overs, trying to build another partnership as they're finding themselves slightly under pressure. 46 for 4 after 19. But yeah, they can still rebuild nicely and get some runs on the board to compete.
Yeah.
And then try and make some early inroads when they have the ball in hand later this afternoon.
Yep. So we can just recap. Tabitha Legrandsie was bowled by Ilandro Janse van Rensburg without scoring. She faced 6 deliveries. Then Mika de Ridder, who's just been excluded from the Proteas team. She failed with the bat, unfortunately. She was caught by the wicketkeeper Reddy from the bowling of Ilandro Janse van Rensburg for 2. And then Asake and Giovanni caught down leg by Reddy, the keeper, also from the bowling of Ilandro Janse van Rensburg. And then obviously Julia Hall, she was bowled by Evodia Yakile after scoring 2 very nice 4s from 32 deliveries. She scored 17. Rhodes is there. She still has to open her account. She faced 6 balls, but she will be focused very much to reconstruct this innings with the senior partner Michelle May.
Yeah, as the players are getting ready to start after this drink break. You know, it's a funny thing in cricket, what happens at drinks, so hopefully that doesn't occur here after the drinks breaks as the Badgers finding himself ready 4 down. It looks like a bowling change from the Mall India. Is that Smith coming into attack?
It does look like it indeed, yeah. Miane Smith, so she's going to be bowling her, she bowls right arm off breaks as far as I remember. Correct, if I do remember correctly. Standout performer for Free State in their under 19 campaign, and
very good, versatile sportswoman. Girl, she's still at school, I believe, and she will definitely be a player or a bowler that the Badgers will try to negotiate. Good intent shown by Rhodes, dropped short. Unfortunately, couldn't find the gap. First ball from Miane Smith.
So she has got, we'll wait until after this ball, give you the field setting. Oh, she just couldn't get hold of that one down the leg side. So we've got a short third, we've got point, extra cover, almost it was more a cover position, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and a deep mid wicket. That's cut away again, just can't find the gap at the moment in that offside field. It's a standard sort of ring field. We see this a lot in women's cricket, very much a standard, and she's bowling to her field at the moment, turning it away from the left-hander. Once again, playing it to that fielder at cover. No run, I think that's Saliers, indeed, at cover. We've got Put hitter at short extra cover position. It's a good over so far from Miane Smith. She is, as you say, really carried that under 19 Free State team throughout that tournament, both with the bat and to some extent with the ball. And huge talent. We expect to certainly see her challenging for national honours in the future. She starts with a maiden, so been maidens, a number of maidens already that have been bowled in succession here, as Haroline Rhodes yet to get off the mark and faced now, I think it is 12 deliveries. Michelle May 18 of 49 with 3 boundaries, and a maiden there from Miane Smith. Pretty Molefe currently was bowling from the southern end of the ground, and she's going to be replaced now by Sinclair Kula, captain of the Free State, And Zidlikula will be coming in from the Outeniqua end, the southern end of the ground. And looks like bowling her right arm seamers. Perhaps slower balls as well that she's going to be bowling. Michelle May just surveying the field. So it's been a very quiet period for a little while now.
Yes, it is, and I don't think the Badgers will mind not losing wickets. They were very much dependent on these two to take it forward. Nice aggressive bowling stride from Kula, and Michelle May, as you said, standing, observing proceedings.
She's set her stall out here, hasn't she? She's going to be resolute. She's going to, nearly 20 overs gone. It is in fact 20 overs gone. 46 for the loss of 4. So batting at 2.3 and over at the moment. But at the moment, the important thing is you've got to take this in maybe 5 over stretches and just say, okay, we'll bat the next 5 overs. Let's see where we are.
Yes, a 50 over game can be a long game. There's still plenty of cricket to be played in this specific innings. I must say, also impressed with the way that Kula is operating. Nice option, but as I've mentioned it, she straight one wide down the leg side.
It always happens.
The Free State team not really opting to over-attack. We're just obviously just the 2 fielders outside, but just the ring field and the normal gully. I think they're playing it also quite nicely, knowing that May is building a partnership. So understanding why, but I feel that they can still be just slightly more attacking as Kula runs in.
Completely agree with you. May just made contact with that one. It's fielded.
It's an interesting point you make there, Warren, because one of the things that certainly I've seen with, and it's not just actually in the women's cricket, but certainly in terms of how the on-field management and how situations develop. I mean, if you look at this, and we'll talk a bit more about it after this delivery, just tucked into the leg side, but no chance for a run. Veronita ready round very quickly, the wicket keeper. Is that sometimes when you have a situation like this, the batters actually haven't scored any runs for a while, but you're not actually putting them under any undue pressure. And we see that when wickets fall and a new batter comes in, often the field, which is set potentially for, you've got later on in the innings where you have fielders right out on the boundary. That's just tucked into the leg side, Haroline Rhodes wanting the run, but they're not going to take that one. Got to be very careful here not to be too eager to get the runs. Where there's no change, the deep square stays out, the 3 fielders stay out on the leg side, there's runs to be had, and you don't put any pressure on the new batter coming in. Similar situation here where perhaps a short extra cover or somebody just in the batter's eye line would make it a little bit more difficult. Certainly give nothing away. I mean, she has given nothing away except a wide 47 for the loss of 4, and the run rate, I mean, the runs have basically dried up in the last 4 or 5 overs, particularly for the spinner. I'd like to see somebody in really close.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, you wanna set more attacking options and attacking field since you got them 4 down. I mean, if you take the shortened form into the game, you tend to want to attack for 2 or 3 balls, but slightly in a longer format like today, the 50 over, you can allow the batting team to gather themselves by not attacking. As Smith bowls to Rhodes and out of dot ball, you see, like you said there should be maybe a catcher since the ball's going away from the bat. You got them 4 down, so the game can meander just away from you at this stage, but since the runs has dried up, and she cuts one straight to point again. The runs are drying up, so they feel like they don't need to do anything extra, but just from the way the game's going, you probably want to attack more.
Yeah, Rhodes definitely struggling to find the gaps in the field. She played a few convincing shots, confident shots, as we watch Smith to Rhodes. And that's a better delivery.
Yeah, it's a very good delivery, that one. She just got that length right on that one, and it is nice bit of bounce as well. You see, that's where perhaps the fielder in short is going to give you a better opportunity. Maybe if it's just a shortish mid-off, and that is going to be runs, and maybe off the pad, not sure, we'll wait and see from umpire Sabola. But no, off the bat, so Haroline Rhodes off the mark after that's her 15th delivery now, and she gets off the mark, so that's good for the Badgers, that she has managed to now rotate the strike, give the opportunity for Michelle May to face again and Miane Smith. She'll be turning this one in towards the right-handed Michelle May. It's nicely played, but just can't quite get it as fine as she was perhaps intending it to. And that goes on to Malefe at just slightly backward of point. So there's a bit of a point, cover point, extra cover mid-off.
Dangerous to go back.
Yeah, just dangerous to go back if that one had kept a bit low. It's just a single off the over, 48 for the loss of 4 after 22. And Badgers just here making sure they don't lose any more wickets as they try and get themselves back on track. And still the hard-hitting Michaela Andrews to come in down the order, and Chantal van Schoor. Also down here, Yolandi Simon, who's back in the team today. You say the first time for this after long-term injury?
That is correct. She's just recovered from a knee injury. She's also one of the many season campaigners who carried the SWD and now later the Badgers team to the professional era, as we watch Kula to bowl to Haroline Rhodes, who just opened her account. It's
a good delivery from Kula. Again, I feel Free State should, since Kula takes the ball away from the left end, it should be kept, maybe thinking of carrying a slip. Especially them having in the situation they're finding themselves now. But happy just to sit and give some drop balls. You also can find yourself in trouble, not facing balls, and then that can also be a way to break the partnership as Kula runs in here.
Once again, I must say I'm very impressed with the Free State bowling. Beside the odd wide, they really bowled very good line length, and we discussed that at length. The captain should really start opting for a more attacking field and to put more pressure on the Badgers, because sometimes cricket can be a funny game. If there's no pressure, it can allow you to somehow escape and to get your innings back on track. As we watch Kula into Rhodes, and that's a wide, just a wide, but as I say, the odd wide, and that will take the Badgers to 49. We haven't seen a lot of runs from the bat in the past 6 overs, and Rhodes.
No, it's been I think just the one run off the bat, and score has progressed by about 3 runs in the 4 or 5 runs in the last 7 overs. So, as you were saying,
that's a better shot, well executed. They will most probably pick up 2.
Come through for an easy 2 there, and that's good work from Haroline Rhodes. As you're saying, Albert, the longer you stay at the crease, the more you have the chance to really just set your stall. You can see what's happening with the wicket. You understand where the areas are, your scoring areas are, and so just to let the game meander along is not helpful from a bowling point of view.
Still a lot of overs to be bowled, and that is just inside a wide line from Kula, and that couple also brought up the 50 in the 22nd over. There's still plenty of overs out, 27 overs left in his innings, and if the Badgers can consolidate and bat out their 50 overs, they will fancy themselves to put a competitive score on the board, and they are a very good team in defending low totals.
Absolutely right. They've got the bowling attack, certainly, that can defend those low totals, and bowlers for the Garden Route Badgers, a lot of accuracy, wicket to wicket bowling. Got both Michaela Andrews, KK Mate, who outstanding up front for them. And you have also coming in Janae Winster, who's really been good, and now Yolandi Simon back into the team. And that's beautifully played by Haroline Rhodes, down very fine on the leg side. They should potentially have got 2, but no, just stay with the 1. No run-outs needed now. Most certainly that's not what is required, as that's been a good over for the Badgers, taking them through to that 50 and 52 for the loss of 4 it is after 23. So 50 up for the Badgers, and as you said, Albertus, if you're looking at, you can get maybe just under 4 and over from here, keep wickets in hand. 150 is on this wicket, we've seen it before, is a defendable total.
Yes, as we watch Mia Naismith, she will continue from the northern end, the Riverside Mall end of the ground. She was matric last year at the Hoër Meisie School Oranje, just next door to Grey College. And she was also the head girl at that school. Very much like Riley Norton, who was the captain of the SA schools team, who was the head boy at Paul Roos and also played Cravenwood Rugby for Western Province. From somehow, some people just, they just receive talent from nowhere. And she's one of them, but she's got another job to do here. That's a very good appeal. It's been turned down by the umpire. And as you correctly said, while still at school last year, she was invited to the Proteas National Training Camp. So there's definitely something special here.
Yeah, certainly, and Free State wanting to definitely hold on to Miane Smith in their team, looking to, that's very nicely played by Haroline Rhodes through the covers, chase for Celiers. She'll come and get hold of that now. Is that Celiers or is that, no, that actually wasn't Celiers, that's Yolandi Potgieter who chased that one down, and they go through for 2. So Haroline Rhodes moving to 6 with that scoring shot. Now she is starting to find a few of the gaps, which is exactly what she was looking for.
Yeah, as Warren said, the longer you stay there and yourself, you start getting into and building confidence and seeing the ball better. When, on the other hand, the Free State bowlers are not giving away anything at this point in time.
Yeah, that was Rhodes' first one. She pierced the offside there, and Smith just goes wild, just inside the wide line, got away with one there.
She did, yeah, that looked very close.
Top ball there again. we feel that Smith's going to be a handful for Rhodes. It's a perfect matchup. Ball taking away from the left-hander, and she just spots back one there to the offside. We still feel that Smith can carry another slip, especially to Rhodes there, but current score 54 for 4 after 24. The Badgers will be happy with this little, I know it's only 9, but there's some time being spent here in this partnership, allowing themselves just to view some of the bowlers and to gather some information so they can spoil this partnership.
Yeah, so interesting as the captain keeps herself on for another over, and why not? She's been very economical. It's just I just think it's just this time now, maybe, it's a few more runs coming off the bat in the last couple of overs. It'll be interesting to see how Michelle May negotiates this over, but they're keeping that ring field. It's a 6-3 offside leg side field.
Just as long as it's not a 6-6 split, huh? Watching Chasing the Sun on a lighter note. But also for Michelle May, she got stuck on 18 for quite a while, and she's off the 18, which was almost a bogey number, as she picked up a single there.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, that can also play a big role. But the experience is helping her just to make sure she's not down for 1 instead of just getting impatient and not facing any strike as Cooler runs into Rhodes. Yeah, another one on a fuller length there, just parry down to extra cover, short extra cover. Yeah, we feel that that Free State women's side feel like they're on top here, but we're getting the feel that the Badgers might just allowing themselves just to settle in and play around. We mentioned earlier how important runs is on the scoreboard.
Kula is not letting herself down. She's bowling to a heavily loaded offside field. But as James and Warren correctly say, the way that she's taking the ball away from the left-hander, I would definitely bring in a first slip, on the least. But she's the captain. She's most probably on top of her game. It's easy for us to sit here and to be critical. But that edge is waiting to happen.
Indeed, and especially if she does sort of stray a bit onto the in length, it brings that edge into play, a lot more opportunity from that point of view, and just not seeing the too many opportunities. I mean, if she could feather an edge through to the wicket keeper, and
That's sheer wide.
no, that's very interesting. Umpire Renshaw Pretorius, we were thinking that for love and money that would be a wide. So was Haroline Rhodes. She's giving the stare to the umpire there, as batters tend to do, which is always interesting. So, but yeah, it's just a ring field. I mean, she manages to pierce the field. It's fine. You don't mind that, but if you've got somebody under her nose a bit more, then it just makes it that little bit more difficult to play the ball, maybe for the first 5 or 10 meters in the air. And you'd always have a situation where that could happen. Ball might just stop a little bit on the pitch, but it's not, as I say, it's not something that's just limited to women's cricket. We see that quite a bit, particularly where you have a widespread field later in the innings, and now the opportunity here, certainly for these two, to rotate the strike. Now that they've seen a bit more of the bowling from both of these ends, just to rotate the strike, get that left hand right hand combination working, give the bowlers something to think about.
She had in two minds there. It's a very well deliveries. We just want to say thank you to the local union for mid-morning snack and refreshments.
Thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure to be hosted here at the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn, Southwestern District's really fantastic hosts. And we do say thank you so much to them for hosting us here.
Yeah, we can kind of see what Free State's doing here, as May is currently facing Smith, sorry. Yeah, she knocks down there to deep square. They want to give May the one and then just keep bowling to Rhodes on the other side, since there's only one fielder outside when Rhodes is on strike. So they want to starve May from strike and frustrate her. Just something we noticed. May only faced about 2-3 balls in this last 3-4 overs, so she's sitting on the one side just watching dot balls going past.
And it doesn't seem to be phasing her though, which is important. That's another wide delivered from Miane Smith. In fact, that's her first wide, according to my calculations. And interesting, and there again, left hand right hand combination, just not quite getting the line right, and that's nicely cut into the offside, but it's not going to go past the fielder at extra cover. And that's, I'm just trying to see where Mignon is. I think she's on the leg side. She is indeed at mid wicket,
Wearing the number 22 shirt. That one is down to third man. That should be at least a couple if it's not running away for 4. No, it's 2 more to the score of Rhodes, taking her to 8 and ticking the scoreboard forward.
Yeah, it's good stuff here. Just getting the bowlers to think a little bit, making sure that they don't get settled into their line and length too much. Another one outside the off stump, just can't pierce that offside field, and once again play out to, that's Celia. It is in the covers.
Yeah, Rhodes will be frustrated not to pierce that gap there. There's no sweeper out there, but they're just going straight to the fielder at cover or at point. As May is opting to change bats, maybe that will also give us a sign that there will be some sort of momentum or some sort of up in the run rate.
So the captain, Kula, will continue from the southern end, the Freda Street end, and she's in to Michelle May, who just received a new bat, and she clearly shows her intent as she picked up a single, and maybe that is just what a doctor ordered for her to get going again.
I think there was a hand from the bowler there, so there's a chance there. As Kula looks a bit uncomfortable. The ball hitting a hand. Like our co-commentator mentioned, it's not a normal Oudtshoorn with the heat, but a little bit of chill in the air. So that could have been a little stinger there for the bowler.
Very difficult but nasty. Tall lady is Sintle Kula. She had the opportunity there to take that catch off Michelle May. She managed to get through for the singles, so 60 now for the loss of 4.
And there is the shot that we anticipated.
Exactly.
But I think it was very well executed. She was aware of the fact that there's no first slip in position, and Rose picked up the single.
Yeah, 100% right. So given the opportunity to play that shot with no impunity at all, no issue at all that you can play that shot, the glide down to third, and she's able to take the single, and that would not have been possible, even maybe a false shot that you're going to have an edge through that area, and we do feel missing a trick.
Forward defensive.
So it was 59 for 4 when that drop catch. Not an easy catch, it must be said. You more often than not will not see those being taken in this format of the game, but it's something that certainly I've seen a massive improvement in, is the fielding in the ladies' game over the last number of years.
Yeah, going back to that opportunity, those ones would just stick or will just fall out of your hand. So again, Kula brings it back into the right hand, and still she's just opting with 3 fielders on the leg side. Again, just trying to keep May on the one side, as May is currently standing on 21 not out as she runs in. Ooh, that's a close shot there. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's a good wicket for Kula, but not the wicket that the Badgers wanted, and she strikes with the RW here. Right, I think that was dead in front.
Very good decision from the umpire. Although he hesitated a while before he made the decision, it looked pretty adjacent. Leg before, and the Badgers, they're now in trouble at 66 for 5, bearing in mind that May faced 64 deliveries for 21 runs.
Yeah, so the sheet anchor here for the Badgers has to go, and it is going to be Michaela Andrews coming out to join Haroline Rhodes in the middle for the Garden Route Badgers. Michelle May, they're making her way back after 21 of 65 deliveries, and 61 for 5 it is into the 27th over, 26.5 overs. In fact, I think that was the end of that over, and I think this is definitely Michaela Andrews coming out to bat, although the scorecard that I'm looking at says Janae Woods, but it's certainly not Janae. And interesting, it was certainly Warren, it looked very adjacent from here, and Rensha Pretorius making the decision, and she does consider those decisions, having spent a bit of time watching her umpire at T10 tournament I was at in Cape Town recently. Certainly does take her time in making those decisions, and wants to be 100% sure that she's giving the correct decision, all things being considered.
Yeah, as Michaela Andrews joins a teammate, Haroline Rhodes, the one thing about Andrews, she's not going to be later bogged down by the bowlers. She will take the game forward, or try to take the game forward, as she plays this one defensively. Pardon, it's Rhodes.
Yeah, I think if you just look at the build-up prior to that wicket, it could be also just that May, like we mentioned, May was just standing on the other side, not facing really much of the bowling and the fan itself. Just slightly under rhythm and not technically intact to keep that one out. So again, credit to Free State for just plugging away and making sure that bowling pressure, and that gave him another wicket, as the current score is 61 for 5. Now the partnership asked to be bowled here, and the coaching staff will probably just send down another message to see if they can bowl and get anything competitive for this afternoon, as the Rhodes cut Smith straight to point again. I think we've seen that numerous times in this little battle between these two.
She's just not able to pierce the field. I mean, she's bowling this one either short or short of a length virtually every single delivery, and that's another one that's in the slot, really, outside the off stump. And I think you were mentioning it earlier, she's just not able to pierce the field. Yeah,
and Smith will feel that she's very lucky to get away with dot balls. Yeah. Short pitch delivery, and once again straight to the fielder, no addition to the total.
You wonder when she's going to be frustrated at this and maybe play that one in the air. Hopefully not, from a Badgers point of view.
And she's bowled.
Yeah, the first one that she pitches up and just goes on with the arm, it looks like, and that is the end of Haroline Rose, and that is exactly not what the Garden Route Badgers wanted. That's the first delivery, in fact, that she's pitched up almost in her entire spell, and maybe expecting the short one again. Haroline Rose playing back to that, which is not what you want to be doing to a spinner. And it's now 2 wickets lost to the score on 61, and that is not a good sign or omen for the team here from Oudtshoorn and from the Southwestern Districts, as now indeed coming to the wicket, I think, is the captain, is it? No, it's not the captain. Yolandi Simon, apologies. Yolandi Simon coming to the wicket, and these two certainly have a job to do, both returning from long-term injury, and hopefully it'll be an opportunity for them to show exactly what they're capable of here for the team from the Southwest Districts. And it will immediately be Yolandi Simon on strike. Smith.
The Badgers will feel like they had plenty of opportunity to keep just knocking it around. Like we said, it's just batters hitting the fielders too often. And that just puts any block on any type of bowl, as Smith bowls to the new batter and again beats the outside edge. Again, there's no rhythm in the innings. There's no singles, the boundaries is dried up. So they have to come out with something out the box to get something defendable this often.
Yeah, they're very disappointed in the way that they apply themselves. In saying that, Yolandi Simon, that's what's called a wide by the umpire. She has got the ability and has proven it in the past that she can add a valuable 30 odd runs to the total, but the pressure is definitely on the batters to take the game forward.
It's nicely played backward of point, and they'll go through for the single, and she's off the mark is Yolandi Simon off Mione Smith, last ball of the over. She'll keep the strike, and Smith's success in that over for her. So she's now bowled 5 overs, 1 for 9 with the 1 maiden, and I'm sure she'll keep Mione Smith's bowling. She's going to be coming in herself, Zintlekula, for her 5th over now, and she's also been successful in the previous over. She's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 8. And just to give you indication, if you have just joined us, to what's happened earlier on today, was the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers, who won the toss and elected to bat first on what looks like a really good batting track, it must be said. The very hard surface, despite all the rain that's been around in Oudtshoorn this past week. I believe you've had some serious flooding, and here as Zintlekula is towards us now. That's a beautiful delivery once again. There's an appeal, but the umpire, I think that one going down the leg side. Warren, you probably got a better view of it than we did.
Yeah, it looks like it's just missing leg stump. a lot of movement still for Kula there. They're opting to get a short cover in there. I'll probably place a catching with wicket, so just to make the player think about driving through the covers, and it will give you a gap to the defence there. But like we say, sometimes it's better to be on the field than from so far away. So hopefully Kula's plans is going to work out. Her figures looks pretty decent at the moment.
Yeah, the captain has not let herself down as he bowls to Andrews, and Andrews immediately shows some intent with that shot. But once again, it's straight to the field, and we must also compliment the field placings of the Knights and Kula specifically.
Yeah, they've done a very good job. I mean, we have spoken a lot about the batting and how we felt that perhaps they could be attacking more the fielding team, but they have actually held on to most of the opportunities on the ground. The ground fielding's been generally good. I only see, I think, one situation where they perhaps missed one diving to the right. It's another good delivery on the line of the middle and off stump, making Michaela Andrews play, and she is playing it forcibly. She's not defending by any means. If she is defending, she's defending it with a hard bat. They're just talking a little bit more about where do you think the fielders should be, and this is good to see from the Free State team, partly to their experienced campaigner as well, just giving some advice to the young captain. And there is plenty of experience in this team, as we see. A slight change, going to want to be attacking the stumps more, bringing the fielder from mid-wicket around to square leg. And this is, I think, a bit of what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, very good field placing, good awareness. I mean, we criticised them earlier, but they opted to apply the pressure with good bowling, and it's no run added to the score.
Yeah, I think a lot of credit. The length is pretty important, and she's hitting her length nicely. You know, if you can control the length, you somehow in a business. So the line, obviously, the field's gonna allow her to go a bit wider, but the length is very important, and so I think she's doing very well at the moment.
And once again, shows some intent. Well bowled, good line and length, as you correctly said, Warren. Talking about experience within the Knights setup, they've got Mignon van der Merwe, a previous national captain. So that's very nice to have somebody like that around you. Mm-hmm. And you can also see it. They look very calm. I mean, I know that we questioned the attacking field placing a little bit earlier, but the captain has stuck to a game plan. Once again, it'll not be a single. Not two great runners between the wickets in Simon and Andrews.
Yeah, that's going to be a slight challenge for the Badgers here, as it's dots after dot, and like my co-commentator mentioned, not the quickest between the wickets. This partnership here. So if there's no boundaries, where's our next option? Maybe the batters will discuss. But for the Free State team, I think they're comfortably in the driver's seat here.
Most certainly are ahead of the game here are Free State, and you talk about Mignon van der Merwe. Just was fortunate enough to have a chat with her when she was commentating down in Cape Town recently for one of the T20 challenge matches for the men, and she was saying how much she's enjoying her cricket and playing for the Free State this season. We were just chatting a bit about that, and really it's great to see that somebody like that. I'll just take this delivery.
Also a good commentator. She was behind the microphone on Wednesday evening in East London.
Yeah. And
I thought some of the Badgers women maybe hope that she will stay in East London and go from there to Kimberley to do some commentating. If you look at the numbers, she's averaging 97 thus far this season with 200s and 150, but that's a well executed shot, and that will be 2 more runs to the score of Simon. Mm-hmm. And she will go to 3.
Yeah, so really outstanding stuff, and she's played in only 5 matches, 5 innings, so it's really been an incredible amount, from a good number of runs. Top scorer though in the competition so far is in fact Garden Route Badgers Tasman Brits, 464 runs. So that's really nicely played by Yolandi Simon out to the deep mid wicket. Celia does the fielding, and she is certainly playing some shots now, which is good to see. Rotating the strike, giving Michaela Andrews a chance to face up to Mayane Smith. And that's a much better field placing but there, that they have got that short third for.
Yeah, the space probably gonna try and just get more momentum and try and look to play, because Smith is also just giving something to score. She delivers the ball. Yes,
that's a good shot.
Yeah, just walked around the 45 region area behind square for one. So yeah, they tend to just probably try and knock it around. There's one ball left of this over. This partnership very key again. So let's see how they can keep building it. But field placing has been very good from the Free State side.
Mayane Smith to Yolandi Simon, and there is a bit of a misfield, and the Badgers will welcome that as there's one more added to the score. I must say, I'm not going to be overcritical on Mayane Smith in all fairness, but the Badgers hasn't been able to capitalise on the poor deliveries that she's bowled today. I mean, she's a great prospect, and I think she will also be very hard on herself. If you look at her talent, often rolls, hit it straight to the fielder, short deliveries. So the score moves up to 68 for 6, and that is after 30 overs. So 20 more overs to go.
Yeah. And still an opportunity, if these two stay there, for this Garden Route Badgers team to get somewhere well over 100 with the 20 overs to go. And just what this positioning, and I like this now, they've put in a fielder at that shortish extra cover region. You've got the fielder at the square leg right next to the umpire. What it does do is it does give Zintle Kula the opportunity, as you were saying, Warren, is to bowl wicket to wicket.
Yeah.
And she's picked up that LBW already of Michelle May, and that's really, I think, the idea she's targeting. If she does bowl anything loose outside the off stump, she's potentially got that player there. It's beautifully played by Yolandi Simon. That's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4.
A very welcome boundary and a well executed shot by Simon. As I've mentioned earlier, I saw some vital innings played by Simon, and she has got the ability to score a good 30 here, which will be valuable. The first time, and I was also about to say, the captain has really delivered the goods. I mean, she's into a 6 over. She only conceded 12 runs and she picked up a wicket, and a very welcome boundary for the home side.
Yeah, the Badgers will take that nicely. Hopefully that will just change momentum. But you still feel that Kula is still on top of the game, yeah? As she runs into Snyman. Oh, yeah, nice in the fuller length, she's patted down, straight back to the bowler. Yeah, you feel the games in the balance when it comes to not where the scoreboard's telling us, but just where you feel like the game's going with momentum wise, as these two batters is trying to just change things. And the Free State just trying to, bog them down, hanging there. We feel like they can still be slightly more attacking. As she runs and hits the length pretty hard, but then just back it down to the extra cover region there. Yeah, very important partnership, you feel it?
Yeah, this one absolutely critical for the Badgers. It has to take them over that 100 mark, has to get them with 10 overs to go, has to get them to an area where they can still target getting something close to the 150. If that's not going to be the case, as she just holds out to mid-on, and that is an easy catch for Landry Janssen van Rensburg, and that is disappointing for the Badgers, just as we were talking about them building. And Yolandi Simon it is who loses.
Back on here.
And that is the 7th wicket that goes down with the score on 73. So 73 for the loss of 7. These two having put on 12 runs for that wicket, but unfortunately she has to go, and it is Chantal van Schoor coming out now to join Michaela Andrews at the crease. Van Schoor, who can nudge the ball around a bit, can stay there. She's going to have a job to do here to stay with Michaela Andrews and make sure that the 6-gun girl Golden Route Badgers women at least put something on the board that they're maybe going to be able to challenge this Recon Tactical Free State team, who have been dominant in the field today. They really have bowled particularly well. It started well with Landry Janssen van Rensburg, was outstanding this morning, making the ball move both directions and getting the early wicket of Tabitha Lachransi, which I think was a big blow for the team from Oudtshoorn. And the Free State team have really just continued to chip away and get the wickets at regular intervals. The largest partnership, 22 for the 4th wicket, that was between Haroline Rhodes and Michelle May. Sorry, for the 4th wicket was between Julia Hole and Michelle May, should I say, and just defended by Chantal van Schoor.
Yeah, congratulations to the Knights. Not congratulations, well done, they haven't won the game. But they really, from the word go, they apply the pressure, they stay calm. I mean, we can point out a very few misfields that we saw today. They're bowling very good areas, especially the captain Kula and Landry van Rensburg. 73 for 7, 31 overs, and it's a long road for the Badgers, should they wish nearly put together a competitive target here.
Yeah, a lot of credit must go to the bowling partnership. We always mention things in partnerships with batting, but the way these bowlers came together and compiled their spells, and like the co-commentator said earlier, they kept on picking wickets up regularly. So yeah, today on top of the game, but feel like they will want to polish it off nicely. Trying to restrict the Badgers here to under 100 if they can, as Smith goes to Andrews.
I mean, the Badgers will feel anything over 100. They'll feel they do have something they can bowl at. Very strong bowling lineup. It just takes a few jitters, a few quick wickets, and maybe getting a couple of the big fish that will really make it feel like they've got the opportunity to get.
Oh, that's a magnificent shot from Andrews. Well executed, and over pitch delivery by Mianne Smith. Well played by Andrews. And Andrews, while she's still around, one sense that the Badgers will still have a slight opportunity to post something in the vicinity of 130.
Andrews bounced the net one.
Shot of the day for me so far. That one, he plays that one also wide at the fielder there, and that's maybe going to go to it won't go to the boundary. They'll turn for 2, and Chantal van Schoor is like a whippet out there in the field, as well as running between the wickets very, very fast.
Mianne Smith to Andrews, bowling in confidence. He's on 7. She just hit a beautiful boundary.
Always gets that full swing of the bat. I mean, having seen her a couple of times, she's certainly is not going to leave you wondering. She's certainly going to play her shots. If it's there to hit, she'll hit the ball. And that was clever of her not to actually play the shot there and let that one go through outside the off stump. Tempting delivery from Mianne Smith.
Yeah, very intelligent cricket. She also made sure that Van Schoor will be on strike in the next over, if that was the intent. So the score is on 79 for 7, and we just saw the end of the 32nd over, 18 overs to go, and the Badgers at 4 per over can take them to 130, but it will be a tall order, and it will take something very special from a player like Van Schoor and the batters to follow.
Yeah, it looks like a bowling change.
That is. Let's see who that is. Okay, going to be seeing for the first time. We're going to be seeing the new bowler Mampe Ntane, who's going to be coming in to bowl, and she's replacing the captain Zintle Kula. So it'll be now the 7th bowler that has been used by the Free State, and Ntane bowling from the southern end of the ground, the Oudtshoorn Mountains, beautifully rising behind that as we look down here from the northern end of the ground towards that high up in the stand here at the Queen's Mall end, or the Swartberg end as I like to call it, here at the ground as Chantal van Schoor waits now for the new bowler to come in. 79 for the loss of 7 after 32.
And Chani opting for a very packed offside field. No fine leg.
It's interesting.
Very interesting. No fine leg. Just someone just slightly behind square leg there. Just 3 fielders on the leg side. Looking obviously just to peg away on the offside there. Yeah, just slightly away shape. Not really much space on the ball. Battlefield actually missed out there and not to pierce that gap there.
Struggling procedures for the batters of the Badgers this morning. They couldn't pierce the gaps, specifically in the offside. Van Schoor, outside off, tried to run it down to third man. Didn't make contact. Tidy keeping by the wicket keeper ready.
It's interesting because there is nobody out on the boundary at all. Everybody in. I mean, they can put up to 5 players out on the boundary now, and that's very nice to play down into the leg side. Just not fine enough, perhaps. Would like that one a bit finer. But that's the risk you take if you don't have a fine leg. Anything down the leg side could easily be going down for 4, and
yeah, very good fielding there. You often see in the women's game that a shot like that will bring up a single. Well, not tidily picked up and thrown to the wicketkeeper. Van Schoor just couldn't find the gap.
No.
And there's almost some confusion and a run out, but Van Schoor back into a crease.
Yeah, Potgieter did as well there to come around for a position at short extra cover. It's a fascinating field, this. Got a short third, point, cover, cover pointer cover, short extra cover and a mid-off. And just defends into the offside. So they ended a very good over there from Mampe Ntane. I think it was a maiden over.
It was a maiden over. For me, and from the Badgers' point of view, nothing wrong from that. She protected the wicket. Yeah. So it will allow Andrews to continue a battle with Mianay Smith. Smith has bowled 7 overs, or Smith. He's called Smitty by her friends, affectionate as Smitty. And she picked up 1 for 20.
So she will now be replaced by Evodia Yekile coming back on for her second stint, and that really was a good spell from Rihanna Smith. As you were saying earlier though, but it's probably the issue there, not really the batters not taking full toll of what were some quite sort of shortish or short of length deliveries, just hitting the fielders all the time.
So it's Yekile to Andrews. Nicely played by Andrews. Great skill there with that shot. Also a player that when she looked back at her career, she really had the opportunity and the talent to go bigger. She played a lot of cricket for the SA emerging side. It is so that she was injured for most part of the season, but she's a very, very good T20 player that can hit a cricket ball very hard, as we saw numerous times against the best bowling attacks in the country. I saw that here last season against Western Province in a T20 game where she really took them apart.
It's possible. I mean, this year the T20 champion, she showed glimpses of that in the match against Western Province here, and in fact again that match with the Dolphins match here, where she really did bat well and nearly got the team over the line. In fact, in that T20 match, and the bowling of outstanding quality. And so yes, hopefully still time in her career to make her mark as well.
Van Schoor again couldn't pierce the field. Yekile is giving a lot of flight to all the deliveries, inviting the batter to play the shot.
As you said earlier on, Albertus, a product of the Northwest, moving to the Free State. That's nicely played by Chantal van Schoor, and immediately she sets off like a greyhound to the other end of the ground. See, I've been so impressed with Chantal van Schoor's fielding this season. She really is outstanding. We were mentioning it last week on air.
There was an opportunity for a run out here. Unfortunately, the fielder missed the wicket keeper.
Yeah.
Van Schoor defensive.
But sometimes it's difficult to get that ball in as quickly as you would want and as accurately as you want. It's nicely played by Andrews, but the captain Kula does field that very well at extra cover, and there is no run. So really just the one drinks break still to come. 34 overs bowled, 81 for the loss of 7, and these two have a job to do.
Yeah, no real damage being done here from the Badgers' point of view with the bat, so Free State will be happy. You feel that when the game is at 34 overs already, you feel like the Badgers probably going to have to want to make a play here, so Free State just happy to sit and wait for that mistake, I guess. So again, you can just look at their field placing. Still again, same field, very tough field to bowl to, but it starting to look like she's up for it.
Oh, that's nicely played by Van Schoor down to third man. Just run it down and well negotiated. So I suspect that we can be in for some fun and games here with Andrews at strike.
I think so. I think what we're going to see is, and particularly if she's able to play that one, as they do put the fielder out into the deep on the leg side. That's nicely played straight. It's not going to go past Elandri Janssen van Rensburg. Comes around, so it's just no run on that one. You do sense that she is going to be able to, hopefully, from a point of view of the Badgers side, be able to get that ball through or over the ring, and that's played through the gap.
That is just what we anticipated. It should be cut off.
It will be cut off indeed, and they get back for 2. So that's good running from those two to make sure they got back for 2. So just some more information around what's happening in at the Wanderers. Hollywood Bets Dolphins women 129 for 4 after 34 overs against the DP World Lions. And just try and give you an idea of the score there.
That's a magnificent shot down the ground for 4.
Andrew's showing the class here. She can pierce the offside, and earlier she played one to the mid wicket area there, but now straight down the ground. Great shot from Andrews. As momentum is building, the current score is 88 for 7 after 34.4. Yeah, that's right. Looks like if Andrews don't strike, we might move a bit forward in our seats here.
Yeah, I think so. Already.
Let's just look how sensible Andrews is. Will he take a shingle to be on strike? No. He did straight to mid off. Where did he field it?
With one more delivery to try and get that single, so she does, and can be on strike to Evodia Yakila. And just to give you that score, a bit more in terms of that score for the Dolphins after this delivery at the end of the over.
Yes, that's a magnificent shot
very well played.
And they will get 2.
Yeah, it looks like Andrews is the player that's going to get us all excited here in the commentary box at the moment. So hopefully she gets to stay and strike.
Yeah, I think excitement is perhaps the wrong word, but
it's a well executed shot. Apologies for that one that slipped out. It's not a swear word, it's just a
the way she plays the game is quite nice. She wants to take the game forward and hit the gaps, which is currently what the Badgers need at the moment, so hopefully she continues on that route. as Van Schoor finds herself a strike. She's currently 2 not out, as the current score is 90 for 7.
Yakile to Van Schoor. Once again gives it a lot of flight. It is straight to the fielder.
So
Van Schoor will be happy to stay there and often pick up the single and get Andrews on strike. She's a very good runner between the wicket. Good athlete. And that is a very good shot. And that is a magnificent shot by Van Schoor as it runs away for 4 to the long off boundary.
Yeah, great shot down the ground here. If she gets to do that, just knock it and score off the ones that have been given to her and knock it down. This could be potentially a very nice partnership, as Andrews is looking to be slightly more aggressive, but Van Schoor just knocks the ball on the ground and played nice. A good percentage cricket being played here.
yeah, it was a really good shot, probably equally as good as the one that Michaela Andrews played through the covers a little bit earlier on, and that ball being pitched up, giving them the chance to drive, and maybe this is the chance really here for them maybe to try and attack Chantal Van Schoor a little bit more, get a slip in there, keep tossing it up outside that off stump.
Yakile once again gives it lots of flight, and becoming a trademark of our commentary today, he did straight to the fielder. Couldn't pierce the gaps in the field.
Still not able to get it past the field, unfortunately.
Good option, but Andrews opting to not take the single as she's trying to run down the one pass just to keep her there. One more ball left in this over. What's Van Schoor going to come up with?
She'll probably take the single now.
Yeah, probably. Well, single's probably trying to be given here as long off drops out.
Yeah, they want to give her the single, don't they?
Last ball of the over, Yakile to Van Schoor, and she picks up the single as predicted by our commentators. And I must say, Van Schoor looks pretty solid today. She's doing a job as the score moves on.
So yes, 95 for 7. These two having equalled the highest partnership of the innings so far, 22 it is. Just giving you that information from the Wanderers, 134 for 4 Dolphins women, just letting you know that Alexandra Candler there on 64 not out has been anchoring that innings from the word go, and we are into now, that was in fact the first over of the third power play, and there's going to be Ntane, is it or no? In fact, there's change of bowling. I think it's going to be Elandri Janssen van Rensburg again now coming in. I think they've seen enough now, and the bringing back their premier strike bowler already. They've taken 3 for 6 in 5 overs. That is really outstanding stuff from the opening bowler from the Recon Tactical Free State here.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to not see her on the leading bowling averages of the season, and that is impressive figures. As Van Schoor nicely played that one just behind the point area. The fielding is done by a third man who run around. Also an interesting action that you've got, bowling action.
She does, and she manages to get the ball to swing. She got a bit of swing earlier on, both ways, which is really good, and that was really what did for Tabitha Lachransi and as well as Mika Derrida and Saka and Yavani. But she does have an interesting action, and that's nicely fielded by Giselle Janssen van Rensburg, just knocking it on there to the captain Zidle Kula from mid-off to mid-on. Looked like it might have got through just for a second.
Yes, great intent, well executed shot, but good fielding at mid-off.
You're right, it does. She has got a bit of a wrist movement, hasn't she, as she comes through. It's almost like, that's very nicely played. Down to the vacant, fine third region, and that has gone all the way down to the boundary. The fielder at third, very wide, and that was played through where probably a second slip would have been. And congratulations on that shot there, really, to Chantal Van Schoor. She played that particularly well. Just guiding it down. She can be very good in that region. She's able to work the ball around. We've already seen that she's able to hit the ball straight as it takes the score over 100. 101 it is of 36.3 overs and just 14 overs for the second 50. The first 50 coming off 22.3 overs, and that's very effectively defended by Chantal van Schoor. So this partnership now 28 runs, the highest of the innings so far for the 8th wicket. Van Schoor at this stage applying herself well.
It's another single. Can be a couple, maybe two.
Yeah,
Van Schoor running to the danger end. Very good fielding. A little bit lack of awareness because Andrews was still very far from the crease when that ball was thrown in.
Yeah, Van Schoor looked like she's got somewhat understanding of how to hit the gaps and just knock it around. And Andrews looked like she's going to play a natural way. From again just nicely run down to third man there for one. She's got some sort of understanding of what she needs to do. No really much questions asked for the batters since the strike bowler's back on, but they're compiling this partnership nicely as it currently standing at 31. As the current score is 104 for 7.
And they will take a drink. Yeah, gives us the opportunity as well to have some refreshments. 103 for 7. I'm sorry, it's right, 104 for 7 it is after 37. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Yes, we're back on air. No runs added to the score there from Van Schoor is on 15, a very well played 15, and as James correctly said, a very good partnership of 31 building here. Yakile to Van Schoor, once again flight the ball, inviting the player to drive, but no addition to the score. Inviting the batter to drive.
So Yakile into her 9th over now. Certainly the premier spell. It's a beautiful shot through the covers. That is raced past the fielder at extra cover down to the boundary for 4. And that one is really been played well. She's inviting her to drive, and drive she does past the captain. Zintle Kulu dives onto a bare patch on the square, it looks like, and holding her arm now. But that was a brilliant shot from Van Schoor. Well played by her, and she now moved on to 19 with that shot. 100 and 8 for 7 it is. Just angles that one down into the leg side. Very expressive player, Chantal van Schoor. You always seem to know what she's thinking, and she certainly gives you an impression of whether she's feeling up or down, or really good to see. That's another very well
good
shot.
That will be 2 more. It's been cut off. I don't think it's because of the fact that the outfield is slow, that just wasn't properly connected. The outfield is actually pretty fast after the rain. Not fast, but I mean it's
in very good condition. I mean, at the moment, and you say, I think it's a lot quicker than one would have expected it to be after all the rain. So congratulations again, and well done to the groundsmen for the work they've done here to make it playable.
It is a bit of a secret here. We've got a drainage system that's been put in place. So on Sunday night, Monday morning, we received more than 90 millimeters of rain within one day. So the field is in very good shape, good condition, and I must say Van Schoor is really very impressive. She surpasses Andrews now. She's on 21, and Andrews will face Janse van Rensburg, who has been very impressive. She picked up 3 wickets, the frontline batters, in her first 6 overs for just 15 runs.
Yeah, Van Schoor looked like she's a senior player at the moment at the crease. As the Free State ladies trying to come up with a plan to break this partnership. Our early discussion earlier was anything over 100, but it looks like this partnership is building nicely. So Van Schoor is playing very nicely in hand with Andrews here. As the field placing now, there's a deep sweeper on the offside, and then obviously deep mud on the leg side there. Still probably asked to bowl fairly straightly, as mud off is somehow halfway, not all the way to the boundary yet, so very strange.
So change of bowler from the southern end. It's Yolandi Potgieter. Listen to me. I got my tongue tied there completely. And it's nicely played into the offside by Andrews for a single down to the deep cover. And they are bringing the cover in for Van Schoor. She has played some nice shots through the offside. It's going to be interesting. 8th bowler now being used by Zintle Kula. It's beautifully played into the offside, but Mignon van der Merwe is really quick. But Chantal van Schoor is quick as well between the wickets, and she gets through for the single. Well called through there from Michaela Andrews, and Mignon aiming that one at the bowler's end, but not able to hit the stumps.
Yeah, Free State opting to get 2 players out inside the ring for Andrews when Andrews on strike, as she knocks it one down the round to long on. And then when Van Schoor's on strike, they bring everyone back in, so they feel like they can squeeze, but Van Schoor as a player, it looks like she's willing to take that extra risk as well currently in this partnership.
She's really so far done well, Chantal van Schoor, just leaving that one outside the off stump called wide. So it's interesting that Potgieter's into the attack, Van Rensburg being taken out of the attack by Captain Kula after just one over, and that's very interesting. I know she was punished in that over, but still you would have felt the premier bowler give her a chance. I know she went for, I think, 10 off the over, but still it's an interesting call to bring another bowler on. 8 bowlers now used, 8 different bowlers, which is fascinating.
Yeah, from where we sit, we probably would have gone Van Rensburg or maybe the captain herself.
Yeah,
correct. Potgieter to Van Schoor playing outside the line of the length.
And the other interesting thing is they're not even dropped the third, even though she is bowling. See, they're dropping the cover out now to deep cover and bringing the cover fielder around to extra cover, but not to have a third on the boundary doesn't really seem to make sense to me. As Van Schoor misses that one outside the off stump.
Yeah, Van Schoor's been showing us her scoring option probably just behind point and probably just running it down, and that's still not been picked up from the Free State ladies side. But as we currently stand, there's still very much on top of this game.
Yeah.
Partnership on 41.
Very good partnership, 41 runs, and I think in the 22 runs that Van Schoor has scored, she scored all around the wicket. A few nice straight drives, and plenty of activities around the ground. On our left-hand side is the Civic Centre, there's a big gathering there, and on our right-hand side is the Oudtshoorn High School. It's winter, so there's rugby on there, as Yakile to Andrews, and she got away with that one. Once again, Evodia Achilles, depends on a lot of flight that she's given.
Yeah, she's into a 10th over there in that one. Some flight given, and Andrews almost biting on that one, trying to knock it over the long on boundary there. So she's quietly gone about a spell here. A lot of air being given there, again just knocked down the ground to long off. Andrews takes the one. Yeah, and Keeler's bowled nicely. The current figure is 9.2. 2 maidens, 26 runs, 1 wicket.
Yeah, very good bowling from her. Anything under 3 and over, really outstanding. Is that again? You have to wait for the ball to land before you play it. That one really slow.
Yeah.
It's it almost sends above the eye line. Sometimes those are very difficult to play.
Yeah, she's asking the batter to do all the work to get the ball over the boundary. As Andrews just knocks it down to point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting next little 5 to 8 overs here. What happens if they're really going to try and break this partnership? Because if this goes on, it could help the Badgers. As Andrews goes straight down the ground.
That's a great shot.
That's the maximum. What a great shot there. Andrews, great cricket shot. Wanting to take on Yankila there over the top.
And for a change, there's some excitement in the local dressing room as they encourage Andrews to play a normal game.
Yeah,
he is one of those players that can really take it forward, and I sometimes feel that the bowling of Evodia Yakile is fitting the type of batter that Andrew is.
It's very nice to play down the ground once again to Miane Smith here in front of us at wide-ish long off, and they go through for the single. She keeps the strike. Michaela Andrews after that maximum in the previous over, the first 6 that we've seen of the innings so far, and that propels the Badgers to 123 and brings up the 50 partnership between these two. So congratulations to them. Have rescued this team from 73 for 7, and they're now 123 for 7, and that wicket fell at 30.4 overs. So at exactly 40 overs, so in other words, they've scored that 50 in 9.2 overs, so batting at well over 5 runs to the over in this partnership so far. It's exactly what the Badgers needed here, to get some runs on the board, give them something to bowl at, as that one's wide outside the off stump, and it is Andrews trying to play that one off from Potgieter through the offside. So there's a packed sort of backward of square field on the offside. There's a point, fielder at backward point and a fielder at short third. Andrews not getting a hold of that one at all. She's trying to play that one into the deep mid-wicket region, which is completely open at the moment. So this is a very interesting field.
Yeah, between overs 30 and 40, the Badgers scored 55 runs and they only lost 1 wicket. So they took the score from 68 for 6 after 30, and that's a magnificent shot by Andrews. She will only pick up 2, as it was half stopped by the fielder. And they took the score from 68 for 6 to 123 for 7 between overs 30 and 40. And what will the last 10 overs bring? It can be the game decider the next 10 overs. Warren?
Yeah, you spot it. I think the game decider could be currently what we're seeing at the moment. This partnership building nicely. And great shot again.
It's going to be
just wide and mid on. That's another boundary. Andrews is going on nicely here. Very good cricket shot. She's on to 33. And like I mentioned, it could be the momentum could be changing here, as we know in ladies cricket, all formats of the game. Momentum going into some sort of innings is important, and the Badgers are currently building very strongly on this total here. Potgieter to Andrews again. So he backs it down.
That is very
That's
sensible
smart
cricket from Andrews. Not all are shot from the MCC coaching manual, some of them very unorthodox, but she's got a very good eye and a very strong hitter of a cricket ball.
I can tell you what, I like the bat swing of Andrews here. She picks it back up nice and high. If there's anything to get underneath, she packs it away. So great intent being showed here.
Potgieter is quite expensive in the first 2 overs, and Van Schoor just got behind the line, defends it, no run added to the score, and I think sensible cricket. There's no need for anything more than what we currently saw. Yes, the score is at 130 for 7. We set 180, but I think the Badgers, where they were after 30 overs, will be feeling a little bit more positive where they currently sit at.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's been a really great comeback from these two, and in the process at this stage are potentially close to doubling the scores. We see Miane Smith going to be coming on from the northern end of the ground, Queen's Mall end, and she'll be bowling her off breaks to Michaela Andrews, and Andrews will be eyeing this, I think, and thinking, okay, I've got some more opportunity to score here. Field is spread a lot wider than it has been, kept it in for quite a long period of time. There are 4 fielders now out on the boundary.
Smith to Andrews, that will definitely miss leg. I know we're going quickly through the overs, but you refer to the mall end of the ground. I remember when live cricket commentary started in 2016, we obviously contemplate naming the ends, and there was only one mall in Oudtshoorn. And that's why we call it the Riverside Mall end of the ground. Miane Smith to Andrews, and there's a bit of a misfield there, but not going to be any addition to the score.
Yeah, Smith opting to go slightly flatter here. That could be very interesting, 2 to 3 overs from her, as Andrews is finding some rhythm. So is Van Schoor as well. Okay.
That is
She missed
not good fielding. There was an opportunity for a run out there, but Andrews is home safely. Smith wasn't a proper throw into her, but she fails to collect that ball properly and take the bowls off. 1 run added to the score, but it's also important to keep the scoreboard ticking on.
Yeah, we see that was actually good fielding from Potgieter, who got that ball in quickly, but Smith not able to gather. Fortunately for the Badgers, Andrews is through. Oh my goodness, and
that is the end of Van Schoor. A well played 23 it was, and a vital breakthrough by Miane Smith, picking up her 2nd wicket.
Yeah, and going back to that one that maybe just hurried on to her, but what a very good partnership this has been between these two, putting on 58 for the 8th wicket. Chantal Van Schoor really did a fantastic job for her team. For me, that's the best innings I've seen her play this season, and certainly was be able to not just nudge it around and rotate the strike, but also played and scored a couple of really good boundaries. Chantal Van Schoor, classic shot through the offside for 4, which I thought was one of the shots of the day. So she's been outstanding for her team and given them something to bowl at as the captain. Is it, or is it KK that comes out to join? Is the captain Janae Winster that's coming out to join Michaela Andrews, and this partnership and the one to follow, should that be necessary, are going to be very, very important as Smith takes her 2nd wicket.
Yeah, also compliments to Smith. That delivery was well bowled, where she got the wicket of Van Schoor. It was a well bowled delivery. It was setting herself up, and just showing her talent once again. I did criticise her sometime today for bowling it too short and lucky to get away with, but she just showed a quality with that wicket. Miane Smith, she's still got 2 overs left after this, 14 balls left for the day, and I think Janae Winster will just try to negotiate and to see her out of the attack.
Ooh.
It's also setting it up, left-hander to taking the ball away from the left-hander.
Yeah, great little cameo there from Score. Again, I think that's probably the key sentence for the whole morning is when something starts in a partnership, it gets broken right after just building something nicely. So again, credit to Smith there for breaking that partnership. But on the upward side, Andrews is still at the crease at 35 not out, so hopefully she can just get a few more runs for the Badgers.
Yeah, the Badgers will feel that they've got out of jail a bit there with that partnership of 58. Really was outstanding stuff from Van Schoor and Andrews. Andrews, as you said, still there. Warren, she has got a role to play here, and it's going to be Potgieter to continue. She has been quite expensive, Potgieter. I mean, 3 overs so far. 2 overs going for 11, and that's played straight down the ground, and it is going to be caught by Giselle Janssen van Rensburg. I think that is on the boundary, and that is unfortunate for the Badgers that she has to go. Andrews trying to take on the boundary there at long off and not able to get it over the boundary. So an excellent innings from Andrews, finishes 35 of 39 deliveries, and that is unfortunate for the Badgers. She couldn't continue to go on and make any more runs.
Yep, in the context of the game, a very vital wicket for the visitors, as we saw the departure of Andrews, 35 and 39. She was also involved with that 8-wicket partnership with Van Schoor, and that will bring Kayakaze Mate to the wicket. There's still 8 overs left as the home team dressing room stood up and give some credit to well-played innings by Andrews, really putting them in some sort of a competitive position for this match.
Yeah, losing the 2 batters in the space of 4 balls, it's quite challenging as we reach the back end of this innings now for the Badgers. Probably basically at the stage where we just trying to gather whatever we can get to compete for the second inning.
Potgieter to Mate, and it was almost game, set and match, almost the end of the innings.
Yeah, the thought that was going through my head was to say that she's no mug with the bat. I mean, I've seen her hit a few lusty blows previously. She certainly can hit the ball. She's also not going to leave you wondering, but that one not the greatest shot.
That's a wide. They will also take that. I think the Badgers will be hoping in the back of their mind, these two, the captain and Kayakaze Mate, to at least take them to 150. That will be a decent partnership for a 10th wicket of anything nearly to 20. And she's just defends this one.
Yeah, Potgieter opting to take all the pace off again.
Yeah.
Putting the ball into a good little area, making sure the batter takes the extra risk. So, very interesting little last partnership here as Potgieter runs in.
Ooh, almost through the gap, but they will get a single. Ooh.
Yeah, they did get through there. Umpire Gaynor Sabola, who has to make the decision, but certainly she was home, and no risk of losing the wicket there. And the stumps have been demolished by Berenice Reddy, and umpire Gaynor Sabola comes to sort that out. Not a problem, and it is going to be now on strike Janae Winster, and captain will be facing up to Yolandi Potgieter. We do have a left-right combination, 133 for 9. It is Michaela Andrews, the last wicket, 35 of 39, 2 fours and 1 mighty 6 down the ground towards us. She was trying to emulate that when she unfortunately didn't quite make it over the boundary, and that's down the leg side. And KK Mate wants the run, but that is not. Captain is absolutely unmoved at the other end, so she managed to scamper back.
And Potgieter still just opting one fielder outside the inner ring here, which is third man.
Oh, she bowled her.
Yep.
She bowled her with a full toss. She tries to play it across the line and play the forceful shot, and that now ends the innings with 2 wickets in that over. And it is the captain, Janae Winster, has been bowled by Potgieter, and earlier on in the over it was Andrews who was caught by the Giselle Janssen van Rensburg at long off, and so the innings ends on 133 all out, 133 all out in the 43rd over. In fact, on the last ball of 43rd overs, so 43 overs bowled, 133 all out for the Garden Route Badgers. Contributions down the order from Michelle May, who got 21, was Michaela Andrews, who got 35, and Chantal van Schoor, who scored 23. Apart from that, really nothing much to talk about. Was the opening spell of Alandri Janssen van Rensburg that really broke the back of the team here from the Oudtshoorn from South Western Districts. Tabitha Lafranci was out without scoring, Mika Derrida out for 2, and Nasaka and Yvonne also out without scoring, all falling victim to Van Rensburg. And was May, who had a good innings at 21 of 65, supported by Julia Hall with 17 of 32. Haroline Rose 9 of 41, Michaela Andrews that great 35 of 39, and her partnership of 58 with Chantal van Schoor. The returning Yolandi Simon got 9, van Schoor 23 of 35, and then Winster just now bowled by Potgieter for no score, and that means the innings closed on 133 all out. We are going to be taking a break now for lunch, half an hour. We'll be back with you when the innings resumes for the Recon Tactical Free State, coming out to chase 134 to win from us. For now, goodbye. Just to let you know that in fact it is a change of innings, 10 minutes, and then we will be back, and then we will be taking lunch after about 4 overs, and we'll say goodbye to you then for another 5 minutes or so, and we'll be back with you soon.
So we're back on air. We've got about 20 minutes before we will take lunch at 1:10, and we will have Potgieter facing, Yolandi Potgieter facing with her Iselsa here, and Michaela Andrews will bowl from the commentary box end of the ground. A modest target, 134. As I've mentioned earlier, the Badgers are very, very good in defending low totals, but they're up against a very good batting lineup of the Recon Tactical Knights. Andrews to Potgieter. On the money right from the first ball, as he plays it defensively. I don't think the run rate will be a problem. They will just need to get over the line here, and hopefully for a little bit of morale, a bonus point victory will do the Knights good today. Just through to the keeper. She left it. Very conventional field placing for Andrews.
Yeah, Andrews obviously opting for much more attacking, 2 catches behind there. But yeah, that's going to be probably the plan for the Badgers. So that try and strike, can't keep this game going on too long. Have to keep striking. Yeah, as Andrews seeks a nice little length on the front foot there, to spare it, Potgieter, bear it down, forward defensively to cover. Yeah, as we discussed earlier, everything probably set now for the Badgers. Just try and make sure they can get some early inroads like what happened in their batting innings.
The Knights will hopefully just want to get through to lunch without any wickets, as Michelle May runs to her left, done the fielding, or does the fielding, and 1 run is added, and they open the score, 1 run for Potgieter.
Yeah, good shot. Yeah, this is a very tricky little period here for the Knights. You know, if you're finding yourself 1 or 2 down just before the lunch, it could just roughen up the feathers back in the dugout here. So very important little phase here and period for the Badgers to make sure they get some inroads.
Iselsa here, she can hold the bat. That's why she's opening the batting and shows some intent to play an attacking shot. Didn't make proper contact, as Andrews does the fielding herself. No run added to the score. Through to the keeper, Mika de Rudder, and tidily negotiated with, and that's the end of the first over, 1 without loss.
Yeah, very subdued, gentle start here from both teams. Obviously just trying to get through this little tricky period here just before lunch. So let's see what's up for the Badgers in this next set of 6 balls here. It's going to be very important, I guess.
And as it is custom, they will open with spin. The skipper, Janae Winster, will bowl the 2nd over of the innings, and she will bowl from the Freda Street end of the ground.
Yeah, just earlier mentioned that where she's bowling from now currently, where the batter is slightly more grass in the other side. So interesting that they're opting from spin from that side. But let's see if maybe they know more than what we do when it comes to conditions.
So it's Winster to Potgieter. On the money also right from the word go. She's not going to give a lot away for the batters. That's Winster, the captain.
It's exactly what you'd expect from Janae Winster. She's such an experienced campaigner.
Nicely fielded.
It's brilliant again from Chantal van Schoor. She's such a good fielder.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Probably one of the best fielders on the women's circuit here in South Africa at the moment. Gets a lot of direct hits with her throws from a run-out point of view.
This time she had to run a good 10 meters to the left as Potgieter collects her second run.
Yeah, fielding it improved a lot in the women's game now recently. Even if you look at the first innings, the Knights wasn't too bad on the ground. Pretty clinical. Maybe one or two tough chances with that went to hand, but still very good to see that smoothness on the ground from the players. Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly is a feature. I think it's what Albertus was talking about earlier. If you have to compare what women's cricket looked like 15 years ago in South Africa to what it looks like now, even 5 years, certainly the standards and have improved remarkably.
That's a well executed shot. That's 4 runs. Sweep across the line in front of square and 4 runs for Isel Cilliers.
Yeah, Cilliers pouncing on that one there. A little more flight given from Winston, and Cilliers well executed sweep shot through the mid wicket area there for a boundary. First boundary for the Knights, off to the start they wanted.
So what you were talking about earlier on, Albertus, just around how you were looking forward to seeing Isel Cilliers batting. She really is outstanding looking batter. She was hitting a couple against the advertising hoardings before the start of the match. She hits the ball hard, and you saw there how hard she actually did hit that ball. It was an outstanding shot.
Yes, Cilliers coming off a nice little 47 off, I think it was 54 balls in the previous game, so she's coming off some good form, good touch. So the Knights will obviously hope that she continues with that strain of form.
Andrews running into Yolandi Potgieter. Straight to Kayakaze Mate. Does the fielding on the offside. No run added to the score.
Expect to see KK Mate coming in as well. She's been outstanding with the ball this year. Top bowlers for the Garden Route Badgers. With the return of Michaela Andrews, certainly adds a very good dimension to the attack.
Ooh, just wide of the diving first slip. Yolandi Simon is at third man. She does the fielding and 1 run added to the score.
Second slip was just taken out the previous ball.
Yeah, that's what happens, isn't it? Now she moves herself slightly to her right, but opportunity potentially there. She nearly got fingertips to it. That's
Tabitha Lagranzi, that's the fielding, the onside. 1 more added to the total.
Yeah, Andrews overcompensating her previous ball slightly wider, and she came too straight, and it was easy work for Cilliers just to knock it down to square leg for a single.
And was Lagranzi who took a fifer in the previous match here against the Dolphins. That was in the T20 match, I think it was.
Yeah.
And really with a very good, accurate bowling from her.
Andrews just taking the ball slightly away from the right hand, just inside the line, wide line there. Yeah, again really subdued start, but it could be just because of that little break, just it's a short little spell before the lunch break here. So the Knights very tentative and selecting carefully what they need to make play. As settles down for the forward defence. It's like in the back foot there, back foot defensive. That's the end of the over. That's 8 with out lost.
I think maximum we will have 3 overs before the lunch break, and
so lunch is at what?
10 past.
10 past 1. So yes, another 3 or 4 overs maybe. And certainly the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers will be looking for a breakthrough. And is it going to be their captain, Janae Winster, who's going to deliver that? She's bowling to Isel Cilliers. She's been impressive so far. Cilliers, the one very good sweep shot that went down to that backward square leg boundary, and that's why Tabita Lachransi's down there on that boundary now. That's played again forcibly back to the bowler. Cilliers looks really quite, she's not going to hang around, is she? She's going to be playing her shots. That's really impressive from her. No run there though. Julia Hall, another very good fielder, in quickly. So they take a brilliant one-handed catch. I think it was in the match against could have been against the Lions that she took that catch. So she's really is.
And she's in the game again.
A good fielder.
Ball is following her, mid-wicket, on the edge of the square.
It's really good bowling from Winster here. She's bowling it on the spot, giving her nothing now that she can hit. She doesn't want her to be peppering that leg side. Certainly not lifting it over the fielder at mid-wicket, pushing it through.
Yeah, Winster will be thinking that she will be wanting the Knights batters to take a risk here, maybe to try and pop one over the top so she can just break through. But obviously the batters up for the challenge here.
Strong use of the wrists by Cilliers, and this time in the gap. Again, Julia Hall needs to do some work, but it's 1 run added to the total. So that's the end to the 3rd over, and no, it's the 4th over, and the score 9 without loss. I think we will have time for 2 more overs before the lunch break, and it will be the clubmate of Winster from Union Stars, Michaela Andrews, who hit a very nice 45 with the bat earlier this morning, and she will continue from the commentary box end of the ground.
She has been bowling very well so far, bowling to her field, keeping it outside that off stump. She got an edge in the previous over, and now of course she bowls it down the leg side because she's been keeping it outside the off stump.
And that will be leg byes signalled by the umpire.
Yeah, Cilliers, I think a little bit upset with herself that she didn't make more of that one down the leg side. Potkita on strike.
Oh, that's a good shot, just wide of a diving fielder.
Oh, and that's great work from Van Schoor there, chasing that one down and preventing more than just the 2. And she really did chase that one down really quickly. I say, is very, very quick in the field. Was able to cut that one down. So I think she's worth at least 10 to 15 runs in the field every time she goes out there, Chantal van Schoor.
Absolutely. In the context of promotion and relegation next year, there is a lot for the Badgers in this game. They can improve their position with 1 position on the lock. Should they be victorious here today, they will finish ahead of the Titans. And as I say, promotion and relegation over 2 seasons. It's an important one for the Badgers, but a sound start from the visitors from Bloemfontein, from Mangaung, 12 without loss.
Yeah, I tell you what, Potgieter's been looking very comfortable to the cover area. Just one little scratch there behind, but otherwise pretty comfortable. Again, beautiful cricket shot, but straight to the fielder.
And that fielder is Harold Rhodes.
Yeah,
it's been the word for the morning as well, with the batters from the Badgers just hitting the fielders. Again, just something about the way the badge is taking this little period before lunch. I think they can slightly be more attacking as well.
Well, they'll have to bail the visitors out to win the game.
Yeah.
That's right. The only way you're going to do that is to take wickets, as you say.
Yep.
You're going to have to bowl them out. They would have wanted to maybe get one before this interval, just to make sure that they go in with the feeling that they may be on top, or at least have got some opportunity.
Yeah.
Nothing given away as yet, really, by the Recon Tactical Free State team. Going nicely into the covers, but well fielded by KK Mate there at extra cover.
Yeah, Potgieter there looking very comfortable at the crease. You get the sense that it's just a matter of time, just going to pierce that offside field there. But again, as the captain is going to try and make an inroads here. You feel like they need to take a 1 wicket with them into this break, as the current score is 12 without loss after 5. So you own strike with 6 runs behind them. Still just opting the deep square field out there. Everyone's still in the ring, carrying another slip, so let's see how she goes.
Michelle May on the knees.
Yeah, once again, very good fielding, getting in behind the ball, not letting anything go past. Picked it up cleanly the first time. With a good delivery. So it is a very quiet period, you say, up until the lunch break. But you'd expect that. Free State not wanting to lose wickets. The Badgers desperate to take a wicket. And
Nicely fielded by, is it Van Schoor?
It's Van Schoor, yes.
Yeah, Van Schoor, the real live wire here for the Badgers.
She is live wire in the field, and she's got another live wire there next to her in the field. Haroldine Rhodes, very good fielder.
A real jack in the box.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Plays backwards.
And that as the bowler, that's what you're going to be happy to see. You're happy to see Azal Salia going back to you. Very dangerous ploy, especially if you're trying to play against the spin into the offside. Janae Winston knows that. Nicely forward and defends this one. She does look very compact, doesn't she?
Yes.
And really is certainly, we know she can hit the ball. Looks a very good batter, Azal Salia.
Another good delivery from Winster. That will bring the into the over, and
I think they're getting another one in.
they will definitely get another one in before we will have lunch eventually.
So a maiden there for Janae Winster. She'll be happy with that after her first over went for 5, second over just the 1, and third over now maiden. So 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 6 so far. And her partner at the other end, Michaela Andrews, just going for 5, 1 extra so far, just the leg by. And it's umpire Gaynor Sabola standing here at the northern end of the ground.
Yeah, she's a regular visitor in the women's game to officiate in Oudtshoorn as we watch Andrews and Mika de River just standing up to the stumps, neatly fielding that delivery.
Yeah, Andrews is going to try and spoil Potgieter's lunch here. Making sure she gets some dry fruits.
But she will definitely not have a cold one at lunch yet.
Yeah, Potgieter's smart enough just to let it go there. So again, with the slip still in place and keep up to the stump here, Andrews is really going to try and make an inroad here for the Badgers.
I think important phase of play here. They haven't allowed Free State anything really to hit, just the one sweep shot that went for 4. That is on the pads, but it just will be off the pad for a single. Umpire Sabola about to signal leg by. the second leg bye of the innings so far.
Yeah, she did well to balance herself with the signal.
Yes, it's very good. They do practice that in front of the mirror every night.
Very good umpire.
Yeah, she is. Outstanding umpire. Straight to Michelle May. Throws it in as quickly as she can, but not before they're through. For the single, Celia quick between the wickets. In fact, both of these two pretty quick between the wickets. And this Recon Tactical Free State team restricting the badges to 133 was in their innings earlier on today. That's the clunk of the bat. Rhodes does the fielding in the covers, stops that one very nicely and hurls it into Derrida, who manages to get round to collect it. And just another single, so it's all coming in singles at the moment. 15 without loss, and we've nearly finished the 7th over. We're into the 7th over, so just a slowish start. Last ball before the luncheon interval, and that's very well bowled and nicely played down past the bowler, and that will be lunch, ladies. And they are heading back to the pavilion. No damage for Recon Tactical Free State in the 7 overs up until the lunch break. No wickets, as we say, for the Garden Route Badgers, and so with the score 15 without a loss, requiring another 119 runs to win the game, it will be lunch, and we'll be back with you in approximately half an hour. We look forward to that, and we look forward to describing the remainder of this match to you when we come back.
Yeah, just to recap then, the Badgers won the toss this morning. They opted to bat first. They lost early wickets. Ilandra Janse van Rensburg picking up 3 early wickets. Michelle May, the opener, scored 21. She batted for 65 deliveries. Julia Hall was dismissed for 17. And then there was a very nice partnership between Michaela Andrews and Chantal van Schoor for the 8th wicket, enabling the Badgers to score 133 all out. They were dismissed in the 43rd over, and Ilandra Janse van Rensburg 3 for 15 in 6. Mia Naismith picked up 2 for 21 in 8, and Zinte Kule, the captain, she bowled quite well, also 2 wickets for 12 runs in her 6 overs, and Yolandi Potgieter 2 for 13 in 3 overs, setting a target of 134 to win the game. At lunch, the Recon Tactical Knights 15 without loss. We will be back again after lunch.
Good afternoon all. Nice to be back here. Sorry for the late start, but we're back at the Oudtshoorn recreational ground here for the 50 over competition between Free State and the Badgers. Current score, we're finding the Free State finding himself 16 without loss. That was obviously the first ball straight after the lunch break. As the Heroes on strike, facing up to the Badgers captain, Winster. So let's see how the Free State is going to go about chasing this total this afternoon. Yeah, that one just padded straight down to mid on the for no run. Yeah, the Badgers finding themselves slightly on the back foot here with a very modest total of 136 I think it was. Yeah, chasing 134, sorry. Wednesday into CSA. Some flat given there from the bowler, but just not as straight back to her on the front foot from the. So yeah, current score still 16 without lost after 7.4 overs. Yeah, she now just sat down towards the square leg for single, so she opens her account after lunch break again. So yeah, the Badgers looking here, trying to get a quick breakthrough, just to put some brakes onto this Free State innings. That's the end of the first over after the lunch break there. Current score 17 without lost. The Badgers opting for a bowling change here from the Moore side.
It's going to be KK Mate, who's going to be coming in from the northern end of the ground, the Moore end, replacing Michaela Andrews. Just the 3 overs for Andrews, 0 for 5 in her, 0 for 6 in her 3 overs. Need a breakthrough here, the Goddenrick Badgers. And looking to KK Mate to provide that breakthrough. Has been outstanding this season. I think she's right up there. Just going to look at some of the numbers here.
Oh, Mate is slightly too straight there with no fine leg, and just I think it's a sealer, just knocks it around there. It's a boundary given there with no fine leg in place. And she earning very, very straight there, so not the start that Mate was looking for. So was the Badgers, but from the Free State's point of view, they will take that any time of the day.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Can you just check?
Yeah, I'll tell you, yeah. So you join us as the first wicket has fallen for the Recon Tactical Free State team, and it is Isel Soulier's bowled there by KK Mate, and that is a very, very important wicket for the 6-gun grill Golden Route Badgers, with the first wicket falling in the second over after the luncheon interval. Very, very important wicket there for the team from the Southwestern Districts, and that will be a new batter coming out to the crease, and that new batter Gun Grill Golden Route Badgers team, and that's swept down to the fielder at 45. That's Yolandi Simon, and there is no run. So first wicket falls with the total on 21. So 21 for 1. So the first wicket falling at 21, and that is really is important for the Badgers to get that first wicket, not getting any wicket before the break, but coming back in just the second over after the break and getting that wicket as Potgieter plays it firmly down the ground for a single. And so 22 now for a loss of 1. Potgieter moving to 8. It was Celia who got 8 runs, I think it was. We'll give you that information shortly once the scorecard has updated. Ooh. So good bowling here, changing back to over the wicket for the new batter, Zintle Kula. And just trying to keep everything, keep it tight here. Janae Winster, the captain, that's a very good delivery, angling up into the body of Kula, and there is no run. So just waiting for the scoreboard or scorecard here that I've got to update, so I can give you more of those details of Isel Celier's innings. It was off the last ball of Kai Kazimate's first over. The wicket fell. We now have had 10 overs bowled and scored 22 for the loss of 1. And by comparison, at the same time, it was the Golden Route Badgers 27 for the loss of 3. After the first end of the first power play. So it was Celia who was out with her score on 12. He hit 2 boundaries, 12 off 31 deliveries, and scoreboard now showing 22 for the loss of 1 into the second over of KK Mate, and she's taken 1 for 4 in her first over. So good start from KK Mate. She was played down the leg side for that 4 by Celiers, but she came back very well towards the end of that over. Another one on the pads down the leg side, which is not what her field is set for. As you can see, you can't actually see it, but there is nobody back with a square on the leg side. Got Tabita Lachransi, who's at mid-wicket. They're now bringing Julia Hall across to square leg. There's Janae Winster. Winster at slip. We've got a slip, a third, a point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and square leg. And KK Mate will roll this one outside the line of the off stump. And she's directly on the line of off stump with that one. So a good wicket for Golden Route Badgers first thing after lunch.
Now the Badgers will be quite happy to see the back of Isel Soulier. She's quite a very good batsman, and blood sniffed by KK Mate, as we've got Kula on strike. They will need to take wickets to win the game. They are aware of that, and a very important wicket, as I've just said. Another very good delivery from Mate right into the block holes, as it was negotiated by Kula.
Yeah, the Badgers quite early out before the start of the second start after the lunch, so they're pretty aware of what needs to take place after the lunch. They got a breakthrough with Mate, so credit to the captain and the bowler, but they need to make more inroads here as he runs in to Kula. Kula just on the front foot there, batted straight back to a long one, mid off, I beg your pardon. So very subdued start again from Free State, but the start that the Badgers wanted with a quick wicket here, so hopefully they can get 2 fresh batters at the crease and then try and make this total very difficult to chase here this afternoon.
Ooh, another good delivery from Mate.
She's certainly come on, and she's made a difference already, KK Mate. That's a maiden over from her, I think it was. Just the one... it was a maiden over from KK Mate, and now she's bowled, in fact one run off the over, bowled 1.5, in fact she bowled 2 overs now and taken 1 for 5, just a single off that over from her. So very happy with the Badgers, can be very happy with this performance so far, and it is Janae Winster who's going to be continuing with her 6th over. So far, 5 overs, 1 maiden, and 0 for 9. And Yolandi Potgieter also been looking very good with the bat, so very important that they continue to get the breakthroughs. Runs are very similar at this sort of stage, but that is the important thing for this Recon Tactical Free State team, is that they've only lost the 1 wicket, whereas the Badgers at the same stage had lost 3 wickets already in the power play, and then there was a period of consolidation and score stayed in the 40s for quite some time. That perhaps a bit lucky to get away with that one. Down the leg side.
Yeah, as you correctly said, James, the Badgers lost 3 early wickets, and it was very difficult to recover from there. There was an 8-wicket partnership for more than 50 that steered them to 130 odd.
But I think that they always back themselves, the Badgers. I mean, low total 133. We've already seen how economical it is. Once you start drying up the runs, the batters start getting into their head that they're perhaps not up with the rate, they're not where they want to be. And that can always induce a false stroke, like we just saw then outside the off stump, where you want to go for the runs, and unfortunately you could then lose your wicket. So they need to be patient here. Recon Tactical Free State need to be patient. Make sure that they're just seeing off the key bowlers here of the Garden Route Badgers. One of those key bowlers, the captain, Janae Winster. She's been outstanding again this season when she has been available. She spent quite a bit of time with the SA emerging team as well, and went to the Africa Games in Ghana with the team there, and really was one of the standout performers for the team there.
Obviously, if you can recall correctly, they won silver, lost against Zimbabwe in the final in Ghana, in Accra. So KK Mate, it'll be her 3rd over. She picked up the wicket of Izan Salye, and she'll be bowling to Yolandi Potgieter. Oh, it's a very good delivery. Bowling straight to the wickets, wicket to wicket. And as you say, Free State need to be patient, but they also will not want to back themselves into a groove where the score is not progressing.
Yeah, they just have to be mindful of what happened to the Badgers when they, especially when May was still at the crease. She was just sitting on the one side, not facing any balls, and no rhythm was being compiled by the 2 batters. So Free State just need to be careful there that they don't just sit back and just eat too many dot balls. That could also just potentially get themselves into a hole, like you just said now. But run rate never a problem at this current state, but the Badgers will be happy with the control they have, some sort of control they have over this innings right now.
I must say, very impressed with Mate first 2 overs and also into a third over now, as I said earlier, bowling very nicely wicket to wicket, keeping the pressure on the Knights. As my co-commentator said, no rush, but they will not bat themselves into a situation where the scoreboard is not ticking over.
And yeah, that rotation of strike is very, very important. And that one is played, is it bowled on the legs, and it got what it deserved that time, played backward of square. And there's nobody down the long leg boundary, and that's gone through for 4. And the only thing Julia Hall can do is actually just go and retrieve that from the boundary. So just straying that time, and she can't afford to do that with the field that she got set, on the line of maybe 4th or 5th stump line outside the off stump. She can't afford to stray anywhere near the pads. And she knows that. You can see it in her body language. She's a bit upset with herself, but she came back well after the last boundary, took the wicket straight after that.
What will happen this time? And she plays it on. That's a vital wicket. You win this game, James. The second wicket. And that is a crucial wicket from a Badgers point of view, as we saw the departure of Yolandi Potgieter.
Yeah, that's exactly what the commentators just mentioned. Now they're finding themselves 2 batters at the crease, 2 new batters, and again the failure of rotating the strike. Yet she got a boundary the previous ball, but there's nothing happening in between. So the current score 28 for 2 after 12.5. Again, Badgers here just slightly knocking on the door.
Yes, as I've said earlier, 134 against a batting lineup that includes the like of Mignon van der Merwe, who just enters the crease. Will be a tough assignment for them, but they are very good in defending low totals, especially when they sniff something. They manage to pull something out of nothing here. And van der Merwe, well, she doesn't need any introduction. This season she played in 5 matches. She scored 389 runs, a higher score of 118, averaging 97.25, also batting at a strike rate of 97. And she got 200s and 150, and she need only 6 runs to surpass Tasman Brits as the top run scorer in this competition. No, I beg your pardon. 77 runs to surpass Tasman Brits in this competition, and she's taking strike.
So it's going to be very interesting to see how she performs against Coco Mate.
Yeah, she'll be pivotal in this run chase, and she negotiated that ball quite well. On the record, I think it's also her first ever match here at the recreation ground as a previous national captain.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic that she gets the opportunity to come and play here at the recreation ground. Beautiful place to come and play cricket. It's a stunning day here in Oudtshoorn today. Lovely blue sky, beautiful autumn day, as you were saying earlier on. Not too hot, certainly not too cold. And for the spectators that are out here sitting under the umbrellas, a beautiful day out here in what is the jewel of the Klein Karoo.
So we will see Yolandi Simon. She will replace her captain and skipper Sinead Winster from the Freda Street end of the ground. A very underrated bowler, and she will be bowling to the captain Zintle Kula, giving it a lot of flight. Just wide of mid-wicket, but that will bring up a welcome boundary for the Knights, taking them to 32 without loss. 32 for 2, pardon.
Yeah, Simon needs to be hot here. Needs to be on it from ball 1. So I guess not the start that she wanted, and the captain of the Badgers, but Kula good enough to pounce on that one for her first boundary and getting her count off. So a bit of pressure on Simon here to get back into this over, and also maybe just trying to get a breakthrough.
It was airborne. This is outside off, and it's also wired by the umpire. No reason for Simon to dispute that. That was a wide. The immediate reaction was a bit questionable.
It's a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Just gets the batter to play at it. And that's another breakthrough now. Could make this a very interesting contest.
Yeah, if you can take the comparison scores, the badges were at this current stage with 31 for 3. The Free State's finding himself 33 for 2 in this current moment. So if you look at the times where these wickets fell, it's quite similar, and the comparison's not far off.
Simon can be deceptible, as that was the case almost. Also a seasoned campaigner here at the Recreation Ground for women's cricket, Yolandi Simon. A real fighter of note. And that one is wide again. And they cannot afford bowling wides, defending a low total of 134.
First couple of wides that we've seen here from the Garden Route Badgers have been very disciplined so far in the bowling performance. That's played straight to Julia Hall. I think Zintle Kula feels she missed out there. Full toss. And we'll look at Mignon du Preez's international numbers at the end of this over. Very impressive statistics for her. It's played very nicely into the covers, and Winster's chasing. I think she'll get there. Backed up by who's that? Haroline Rhodes backs her up very nicely, and they get through for 2 or 3 that they took there. They took 3. Good running from the pair of Van der Merwe and Kula for Free State. So Mignon Van der Merwe's numbers, she played 1 women's test, 119 runs with the highest score of 102 in that only test she played. But in women's ODIs, 154 ODIs, 141 innings, 3,760 runs, still the highest run scorer for South Africa in women's ODIs. 116 her highest score of an average of 32.98, strike rate of 67.67, and then 114 women's T20 internationals, which has just been overtaken now by Sine Luce. So she was the former highest number of caps for South Africa, and 1,805 runs with the highest score of 69, an average of 21. So she was for many years. They made her debut. We'll just get that information for you now. Her debut was made in the 2007 season for South Africa women in ODIs, and her last ODI before she retired in 2022 against England, English women at Christchurch. So a fantastically experienced campaigner, somebody that the Free State are really, I think, were very happy to have in their team for this season, and she equally happy to be playing for them.
Must say, very impressed with Kayakaza Mate, bowling wicket to wicket. No room for error for the batsman. She just finishes one off. The previous over from Simon was very expensive. It cost 9 runs, so it'll pose a little bit of a question mark for the coach, for the captain, Janae Winster. Another very good delivery from Mate.
Yeah, Mate has been on song here for the Badgers. She obviously like to see the back of Kula off, and one of the main other important, very good players, as you just heard the stats right just shortly. So Mate in there to make sure she gets to see the back of one of these batters. Full ball outside off stump there.
Good variation in pace.
Slower ball. She actually does have that slower ball. She's got a really good variation in pace. She bowls to her field which is really impressive. I mean, she has been bowling to her field. She just had one or two that strayed down the leg side. She managed to rectify that very quickly. She's a live wire in the field. Always has a smile on her face, KK Mate. That one into the leg side, but there's a fielder, Julia Hold, deep on the square leg boundary, and that's just flung in. It's only the single. So we are in the power play, second power play. We're allowed to have 4 players outside the circle. So end of that over. Just the single from KK Mate off the last ball of the over means that Kula keeps the strike. 15 gone, 38 for the loss of 2.
Ja, Mignon de Pre, Mignon van der Merwe, apologies for that, one of the real pioneers of professional women's cricket in South Africa. Different place today, different expectations, different job, and Free State will be very much dependent on her experience to take them over the line today. So instead, in spite of conceding 9 runs, Yolandi Simon will continue. And always sense that he's in for a chance against Kula.
Definitely. You definitely feel like with that ball that she's floating it up, she's getting what looks like a nice amount of drift and dip. That's good
Fielded by
fielding.
Rhodes.
Yeah.
And it'll bring Van der Merwe on strike.
So this is going to be an interesting contest. A very experienced Mignon van der Merwe against Yolandi Simon, also very experienced, just back from injury. It was a long-term injury that kept her out of the team. She worked her way back into the team, and she's going to be looking for something here against the former South African captain. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump. She started much better in this over, Yolandi Simon.
Yeah, Simon aware that she can't miss the length here, can't miss the strap, so Van der Merwe is ready for her to just slightly be off her line so she can pounce and something to score from here. And she comes down the wicket, but well fielded there from Simon off her own bowling. Yeah, I guess all spinners are supposed to be good off their own bowling.
Very conventional field, only Tabitha Lagransie on the square leg boundary from what I can see outside the circle. So Van der Merwe on strike.
Yeah.
No, that is a bread and butter shot for Mignon van der Merwe. Full toss, hit over mid wicket for 4. And Simon, she keep on conceding runs here in a second over.
Yeah, that one must have just slipped out of the hand potentially, and that is meat and drink to somebody of the capability of Mignon van der Merwe. She's not going to miss out on that. Just checking how many balls there are left in the over, and she has, I think it was her first scoring shot. Yes,
that's correct.
4 was indeed her first scoring shot there, and she sweeps that one down the leg side, but there is a fielder at 45, that's KK Mate. So just the 4 off the over from Yolandi Simon was a better over for her.
Yeah, you'll find the captain maybe just thinking again about Simon coming from the Nico side and someone to bowl. There's a bowling change coming up because we're just trying to compile another partnership, someone to bowl with Mate, but looks like it's a change from Mate's side. You will have
Tabitha Lagransie.
Tabitha Lagransie into the attack. So fresh partnership here, bowling partnership, but the batters are starting to find their feet and just not really being tested as much with the ball currently.
I mean, been impressed with Lagransie in terms of her bowling. Also had bowled very well in the previous match, or the away game. I think it was against the Dolphins as well. Yeah. And she bowled exceptionally well there. Bowled well in the home match against the Dolphins. She bowls. Her trick is really around accuracy and making sure she keeps it in the same spot all the time. And that's really where she's been very successful in that match here against the Dolphins and in the away match against the Dolphins. So it'll be interesting to see what she's got up her sleeve here. What I did want to ask from a local knowledge point of view is in terms of her run-up, how she starts her run-up. Is there any reason or superstition? That was a really good delivery, but well played in the end by Kula, and she's going to get 4-ish, I think it was stopped. Was it on the boundary?
On the boundary.
It was indeed. And that was actually some good work done on the boundary. Who was that down there?
It was Yolandi Simon.
Yolandi.
Made a good 25 meters towards her left. It's a very interesting habit, which I didn't ask her. I couldn't work it out myself.
No. We can't work it out. There's got to be
But
something
it is.
to it. But
There you go.
It
There you
works.
go.
That's the most important thing. That's played straight down the ground to Michelle May. There's no run. But it works for you. I mean, Morné Morku used to do a circle, didn't he? Tabita Lachransi does a bit of a jig, and seems like she knocks her foot with the ball, or I'm not quite sure what it is.
Yeah, well, raise with the right hand and kick out to the left foot.
That's it. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
That's another good delivery.
Maybe she played a lot of action cricket before. You'll never know.
You'll never know. No, we won't. We'll have to ask her how it got to that, but certainly is something that works for her.
Yeah, routines is something players they fall back into.
That's right.
Maybe it worked in the past and just continue doing it. So.
Absolutely. You should probably say she did that once and she got a hat trick at school or something. Played nicely to Michelle May. They'll get a single. It's good fielding from May. She gets down nicely and behind the ball and stops it immediately within the hands and throws it in. It's going to be Funameva on strike now. But I do love there's so many idiosyncrasies that players have in cricket, and habits and whatever, different ways that they touch their pads or do whatever as batters.
Ooh, that's a great delivery. She almost got through the defence of Funameva. Talking about habits, I don't think the habits of Neil Mackenzie needs any introduction.
No, not at all.
If I can recall a specific cricket player with extraordinary habits.
Yeah. He is certainly one of those, yes. Routine's always the same. Steve Smith is another one that says that has all these habits of touching his pads in a certain way before he takes every delivery. It's very much like tennis players, as we do have a change of bowling from the southern end of the ground. The Taniqua end, it is going to be Chantal van Schoor bowling her wicket to wicket accurate. I think we used to call them when in the days of Chris Harris from New Zealand, dibbly dobblers, but
very effective.
Yeah, very effective, and Chantal van Schoor as well, very effective with these. She bowls wicket to wicket. He's has the field set for that on the leg side, field it in at mid wicket, and then a field set on the leg side to make sure that they don't pierce the boundary. Ring field on the offside. And that's very quick from Mate. That was really quick from Mate coming around, and that was a good call from Mignon Funameva. She would not have made that. KK Mate round exceptionally quickly to field, and good fielding done there.
Mate looks like she's a bit of discomfort there with the right shoulder.
Yeah, she is.
So we might soon see the physiotherapist Ines Erasmus on the field.
Wow.
He's going to have to wait the extra ball because it's gone wide and offside there. Yeah, Martin looks very uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's not good news for the fielding side. She bowled 3 overs and she picked up 2 wickets. Van Schoor, this time she fields it.
Yeah,
without any discomfort.
Very nice to field. It looks a bit better. She's still holding that shoulder and moving it around. Might just have been just a bit of a twinge there. Field changes slightly and they're going to bring in a slip, which is interesting.
That's very interesting.
Attacking option here from Janae Winster. Good to see.
Yeah, I like this. Slightly more attacking than the previous couple of balls in this. Pace taken off there.
Yeah, and she does that. She's got this uncanny knack to be able to vary her pace. She certainly seems to be bowling. She almost bowls cutters every delivery. It can come through a bit quicker. That's another very good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Bowls to a field, very effective in that way.
Yeah. Also very interesting bowling action.
Yeah, it is. She's almost, for me, it's almost like a Bumrah type of action in some ways, but maybe it's just the way she starts it. She sort of trots, goes back on her heels, and then plays it on.
That is Julia. No,
that's Haroline
Rose.
Just missing that one. They're coming back for the second. They'll make it easily as Michelle May throws that one in after picking up the missed field. They get back for 2, and that's unfortunate because so far it's been a very good over from Chantal van Schoor. Just the 1 ball to come in this over. That's hit down straight again to KK Martin. She's fallen on that shoulder this time again. Now she's in some more discomfort, looks like. No, maybe she's just she's looking for some empathy out there, maybe.
Yeah, there's no signal to the dressing room for some medical assistance. And in the meanwhile, the score has moved up to 48.
49 now.
49 for the loss of 2. No problem with the run rate. 2.7 will be fine. They'll take Knights home, as we will see Tabitha Legrandsie bowling to Mignon van der Merwe, who's on strike. Yeah, Van Schoor really played a fantastic innings today. She was involved in a great 50-wicket partnership for the 8-wicket with Michaela Andrews. Legrandsie to van der Merwe. That's short. That is bread and butter. 4 runs to van der Merwe. You cannot afford to bowl short to a batsman of with the capabilities of Mignon van der Merwe.
No, it's always going to be punished, and it was into the leg side, and she's got her field set to be bowling sort of wicket to wicket or outside that off stump. She's got a ring field all the way around. Here she goes again, away from us now.
It's a much better delivery.
Yeah. Oh yes, that one just played straight through to Michaela Andrews at extra cover, and there is no run on that one. So I've certainly been impressed with her, watching her in the last couple of games. I hadn't seen her really bowl when she did have an injury, and that one played once again just straight down to mid-off, and such as the pace of the ball was played, there's no chance for them to get through for the run.
Yeah, talking about the pace of the ball, it also illustrates a nice bounce that is in a wicket. Hard, she made it half volley, drives it straight to Michelle May. Legrandsie to van der Merwe, and that's a well-adjusted single.
Yeah, that's smart cricket van der Merwe. You can see the experience there.
Yeah.
Boundary in the first couple of balls over and just trying to get off strike. That's a very good, sensible cricket there. She moves on to 9. That brings Kula on to strike. She's on currently 14 not out. Second last ball is over.
It's another single which perhaps they shouldn't have been able to take straight to Michaela Andrews at extra cover, and maybe there's a call to bring that extra cover in shorter, maybe onto that onto the sort of more known pitch of the square. Yes, maybe a shorter catching position, particularly with Legrandsie bowling it outside the off stump predominantly.
Another short delivery, and it's one negotiated with by van der Merwe.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier on. You can't bowl there. Don't have any protection out in the deep. It's got to be played outside the off stump, and these are all very good learning experiences for the young Tabitha Legrandsie. She's still 19 years old?
She's 19 years old. She played for the SA Phillies schools team this year. But at this level, you cannot bowl to van der Merwe there. And as they reached the half century, one sense that they're well on their way to record what even can be a bonus point victory here, because they only need 40 overs, or they need 40 overs to reach the target. Van Schoor, as well bowled. A very deceptive bowler, Chantal van Schoor.
Yeah, she is, as you say, she has the ability to let it, to bring it, to really skid onto you. She can get that one to cut in as well. She bowls the cutter very nicely, mixes up her pace. That is on the leg side, but she's got protection out in the deep. It'll just be the single, as that's Simon out on the boundary there at deep mid-wicket. 59 for 2 now. 60 for 2. Just scoreboard ticking over. 19.2 overs. Van der Merwe on strike. This is a key wicket. You sense if Van Schoor can get this wicket, then the Badgers are back in this game at the moment. As Albertus mentioned, they are just not quite, they're not really in the game. Certainly at the moment favoured are the Free State team to get these runs, especially with Mignon van der Merwe at the crease. You can see that she just oozes experience, calmness at the wicket. Oh dear, KK Mate not getting in behind that one, and they just take the one. Nicely played by Zintle Kula, but it shouldn't have been a run.
Yeah.
And Mate in the wars there. This one she took on the knee, so now she's hobbling about a bit. So she's got the shoulder problem, she's got a knee problem. Reminds me of the old Ingram's camphor cream advert. Beautifully played.
Magnificent executed catch shot by Van der Merwe, and Free State, or the Knights, start moving to get advantage here.
Yeah, Van der Merwe is just looking slightly street here of everyone at the crease there. The only bowler really to ask some questions at the Free State lineup was Mate, but as you say, she's in the wars currently. So we need a breakthrough here from the Badgers' point of view, but Score swiftly moving on with Kula and Van der Merwe at the crease.
Yeah, as we approach the end of the over, fellow commentator James King will just give us an update of the score at the DP World Wonders, where the DP World Lions taking on the lock leaders, the Hollywood Beds Dolphins, and the Dolphins seems to be in a commanding position to defend, not to defend the title, but to win the title.
Certainly it looks that way. It's 200 for 7 the Dolphins achieved in their 50 overs, and at the moment the DP World Lions women are 15 for the loss of 1 after 8 overs. So just having a look at that scorecard, I'll give you the information there. We know Alexandra Candler got a very good 84 earlier on today for the Dolphins, and at the moment at the crease for the Lions it's Palesa Mapor and Madison Landsman, and wicket to have fallen there. I'll just try and get that information for you. So I should say Alexandra Candler 89 she scored in that 200, so by far the key batter for them. And then the wicket to fall so far has been Kululeko Tabete, who was out, bowled by Jade de Figueiredo, the left-arm spinner for the Dolphins. Has also had some outstanding figures this season. So it's Madison and Mapur at the crease for the DP World Lions. They're going to have to go some to get a bonus point here.
Good leggy,
yeah. Right.
Oh,
it's a beautiful delivery.
That is a magnificently disguised slower ball Yorker.
And, unlucky there not to get the wicket. I think if that had been a lesser batter, she would have certainly taken the wicket there. She developed this bowling significantly, it looks like, this season, Tabitha, and she's developing into an outstanding all-rounder in the women's game. That's a really good
Yeah, interestingly enough, in the match between the same two sides that was played in the beginning of the season in Bloemfontein, Tabitha Legrandsie and Tasman Brits were involved in a 200 run opening stand against the same opposition.
Yeah, incredible stuff it was between those two. Oh, that's beautifully played through the offside to the boundary for 4. Mignon van der Merwe is giving the young Badgers bowler here a master class in batting and finding the gaps.
Yeah.
That's what she's doing so well, something that the Badgers were not able to do.
They really struggled today to spear the fielders.
Yeah, it's been brilliant from her so far. Whatever she's played through the offside, she seems to have been able to find the gap. She's played it with such force. That's very good running.
Yeah.
Just dropping it into the offside, and she knows there's no pace on it. That's why, I just feel that, again here, on-field management, perhaps missing a trick in terms of having a fielder in there short, just to make sure they can't take those quick singles, and just gauging what's happening in those particular areas.
Yeah, it's just the class of Van der Merwe coming through here that's just outshining the inexperienced bowler, but I'm sure she'll learn quickly from where she needs to bowl and who she bowling to and what's her plans with the field setting. So, but again, like I said, just the pure class of Van der Merwe, just be able to pierce the gaps and score boundaries when the ball's slightly off a bad length or good length there.
And she's on strike now to Van Schoor. Just looks very comfortable at the crease, does Mignon van der Merwe. And at the same stage, after 21 overs, was the Badgers were on 47 for the loss of 4. So 25 runs behind where the Free State team are at the moment. Van Schoor has been very good in the main, keeping it outside their line of that off stump. It's what she does so well, makes her very effective, very good off her fielding, off her own bowling.
Yeah.
It's nicely played. That one just
misfield by the captain. And one also sensed that the shoulders are start hanging here of the home team.
Yeah, the home team in this current phase, if it wasn't a wicket falling, there was too many dots. So again, you can see the total opposite, just because they got the Free State ladies are just rotating strike effortlessly and also scoring not boundary. That's why they at 73 for 2 at the current stage where we were 4, the Badgers were 4 down.
The partnership, that shot will bring up 48 to the partnership for the 3rd wicket. Now, when you defend a low total, you cannot allow partnerships like this to develop. And well done to the visitors, the captain Kula and Van der Merwe was in 24 not out, for really not let them fall into a hole. They keep the momentum and they play very positive cricket. There's another single as Van der Merwe will move up to 25.
Yeah, very low risk cricket being played. That's the only thing the Knights need at the current moment. So the Badgers need to come up with a plan to break this partnership and maybe try and get them back into the game.
Yeah, it's difficult to know who they're going to look to do that. Maybe they need to go back. Captain needs to bring herself back on, maybe for an over or 2, as she tumbles and feels that one. The captain, Janae Winster, very good in the field, a good pair of hands generally. She missed the previous one that bounced in front of her, nasty bounce it was. But she really is a wholehearted campaigner, Janae Winster. If you're looking for somebody to give everything to you, she is. She just certainly is that player. She's always involved in the game. You just have that sense. She's always geeing up her players, and in fact, they do go for something different now. They've gone back to their key bowler, Michaela Andrews. Did bowl well at the beginning. She's going to take over from Tabitha Legrandsie here at the northern end of the ground, the Queen's Mall end. The area where behind us we have the Swartberg Mountains, and she's going to be coming in to Zintle Kula.
Yeah, they need to throw the dice here. That's not wided.
No, just inside the line. Umpire Gano Sabola deciding, no, that's okay. Not going to give that one as a wide. And it's going to be Andrews again. Michelle May just shining the ball for her. As we mentioned earlier on, there are 2 balls used in this form of cricket. She has a full go at that one outside the off stump, doesn't make contact. That can only get you into trouble. We've seen already 2 batters against KK Mate who've played the ball onto the stumps. And that gave the Badgers some hope. At 28 for 2, you felt they were perhaps in the game. Now, 48 runs later, as that one's played, that was a gift. That one, full toss in towards the body, and that signalled 4 from umpire Gaynor Sabola, and that is the 50 partnership between these two. Zintle Kula with that shot moving to 24, and Mignon Fanameva's on 25. It is now 80 for the loss of 2, so 52 between these two so far, and that has come in pretty quick time.
Yeah, the captain has got a good day at the office. She also picked up 2 wickets, and that one is down the leg, and it is indicated as leg byes by the umpire. So the score moves to 81, and we're into the 22nd over. Free State are well on target to take this one home by a bonus point, which will not make a difference on the lock positions, but it will give them a lot of confidence going forward into tomorrow's match, as well as for next season. And must also bear in mind that teams are busy with the contracting process for next year. So a few players would like to stake a claim to get their signature on the dotted line for a professional contract.
Yeah, definitely important stage for young upcoming players or fringe players to put their names down for, to be rewarded a contract. So there's still a lot to play for come this time. People just see the back end of the season, but a lot on the cards for these cricketers, especially the ladies cricketers.
Absolutely, and they're approaching a target of less than 50 runs to take this one home. The Badgers will need an urgent breakthrough. That one is dropped short, and Andrews will be very lucky to get away with a dot ball.
Yeah, Fanameva will feel she missed out there. Julia Hall doing the field to get that shortish mid-wicket position. But as you mentioned, around the contracting process, it's been a highly successful opening professional season for women's cricket here in South Africa. Plenty of things to look forward to in future seasons.
Yep, and all eyes will be in Kimberley today. We will give you an update very soon of the T20, the 50-over match between Sri Lanka and South Africa. That will be played at Kimberley today.
And just to give you some news there, so South African women won the toss and elected to field first, and Sri Lanka currently 22 for the loss of 1 wicket, and the batter out Vishmi Gunaratne, who was out caught by Masabata Klaas off the bowling of Ayabonga Kaka for 7. And just try and give you an idea of that's a South African lineup there. Let's just have a look at the playing 11. So Laura Goodall has come in place of Tasman Brits. That's a very good delivery from Janae Winster. And so I did say perhaps that they would bring their experienced bowlers back on. Winster has come back on to try and get this all-important wicket. Sorry, I was looking at the South African score there. I'll give you the lineup at the end of this, after this delivery. That's nicely played by Fanameva again in the gap, and that was going to go to the boundary. I don't think Julia Hall's going to... Oh, she does. That's brilliant work from Julia Hall as she chases that one down. They're going for the third. They're not going to make it. That is definitely out. Brilliant work from Mika Dorina. Runs out Zintle Kula, and is that the breakthrough? that the Garden Route Badgers were looking for. That was brilliant work from Julia Hole in the deep. Looked for all love and money that one was going down to the boundary. I think maybe Zindler could have thought the same. And she didn't get back for the third quickly enough. And fantastic work by Mika de Ridder at the wicket keeper, just throwing that one onto the stumps.
Yeah, the wicket keeping skills of Mika de Ridder was never questioned ever. And today she made up for a disappointing batting performance with some excellent skills. And is there a last twist in Italia?
Yeah, still 50 runs, a long way away here, but we kind of sense up here that the captain was going to throw the last little straw in there, but we forgot about the option of a run-out to break this partner. So run-out's very important in the shortened format. I know this is 50 over, but plays a massive role. Great fielding there. Not just the one chasing down the ball, but the partner following up and making sure the ball gets into the keeper. So yeah, we could be in for another little interesting little 4 or 5 period over here with the new batter at strike. So let's see if the batters can somehow make it count.
So the new batsman is the wicket keeper, Veronica Reddy, batting at number 5 as she enters the pitch. And still plenty of cricket to be played. 50 runs can become quite a lot in a women's game. And the Badgers, they need some energy, they need some injection, and that was in a form of a run-out, courtesy of some brilliant wicket-keeping skills by the international wicket-keeper Mika de Ridder.
Yeah, definitely. That's when you're looking for the experience and ability of your Proteas wicket-keeper Mika de Ridder, showing all the experience that she has. And that's a very good delivery from the captain, Winster. And this is exactly what you want. One end is open now. What can the captain do? She brought herself back on to take a wicket. She's got Michaela Andrews on at the other side.
Good bowling, very good bowling from Winster.
Feels like it still can be maybe one more attacking fielder somewhere.
Yeah, no, I was thinking exactly the same thing. Maybe you want to really attack, because you have to take wickets. Maybe a slip, or even somebody in close under the helmet. You don't see that often in women's cricket, but I think it's a tactic not used often enough. We saw that, funnily enough, last week in the match between the Western Province and they were playing against against the Titans, and that was very interesting to see. In fact, that Titans employed a fielder at forward short leg, and they did actually take a wicket. They took a catch off the spinner, bouncing up into the air, and very good catch taken. Had the player under the helmet there, and it really was excellent captaincy to attack, because they weren't going to be able to defend the total they put on the board. So really was outstanding stuff from the...
So it's Andrews to Van der Merwe. It's firmly driven. Lagranci does the fielding, but there's a single there. There would have always been a single. It was to the right hand side, and it was well fielded.
Yeah, you feel like there's maybe something slightly out the box is going to be needed from the Badgers here. Otherwise, it's only just a normal little back down, knock it down to the ground for 1 to get to this total. So let's see if the captain can come up with something different. Maybe another odd little run out here, half a chance. You never know.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's maybe there's an opportunity to just change things up a bit here.
Oh, it's a great delivery.
Oh my goodness!
She did extremely well. She kept that one away from the wicket.
Yes, she did. That nearly took the wicket there. The Yorker length, as you saw, and just getting her back down in time. Then back onto her leg, and looked like it was rolling towards the stumps. Good work here as well, having de Ridder up at the stumps.
Yeah.
Potential for a stumping if she overbalances. Another very good delivery. Yorker length. Van Schoor does the fielding.
Yeah, it could be. The Badgers could be on something here if they find they just work on for the Merwe to sit on the one side again. Remember, I just have this funny flashback of Maize sitting from not facing any ball. So I know Van der Merwe is a different caliber player, but see if the Badgers can. Oh, that's a freebie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well executed.
down.
Advantage taken by Reddy of a poor delivery, and that's 4 runs.
You have to do that. No, you have to take advantage of the poor delivery.
Yeah, I think that's what the Free State team did really well today. Whatever they
I completely agree with you,
were
Warren.
given,
Yep.
they're taking it. So
And also their bowling, there was not a lot of freebies.
yeah,
No, very few at all. And those that were there, unfortunately, 9 times out of 10, as we spoke earlier on, is that we were giving you the same refrain.
Oh, that's a very poor delivery, well treated, 4 runs, drop short, and Reddy takes advantage of a poor delivery as the target became smaller and smaller and less, 37 out to win, 7 wickets in hand, 25 overs to go.
Indeed, this is not what was wanted from your premier bowler. He's got to really keep that tight. The Yorker length delivery was absolutely brilliant. Nearly got the wicket of Veronisa Reddy earlier on in the over, but unfortunately not this time. That's on the line of probably, I'd say probably a 4th stump outside leg. It certainly looked like it was going down the leg side.
there's run given there, so there must have been an incident.
Maybe a small inside edge.
As there's a change in over, Sri Lanka was sent into bat in Kimberley. They're 27 for 1, and that's after 10 overs.
So South Africa bowling particularly well there. Was actually going to give you that South African lineup. Let me see if I can get back to that. Might have lost that lineup. So bowling very economically, South Africa, in that particular match. And as I said to you, that one change for South Africa, which was Laura Goodall in for Tasman Brits. We were talking about that earlier. Laura Wolfart, Laura Goodall, Delmi Tucker, Sine Luce, Marizanne Kapp, Nadine de Klerk, Elise Marie Marks, Snara Jafta. It's nicely played by Reddy. She does look very competent at the crease, doesn't she? Compact, should I say, was what I was going to say, but she does look competent as well at the
Very
crease.
much.
She's done really well. And just to finish that lineup, number 9, Ayabonga Kaka, Masabata Klaas and Nonkululeko Mlaba. South Africa have got off to a good start there, although for South Africa the warning sign, Chamari Atapatu, the captain of Sri Lanka, still at the crease, 14 not out. Hashini Pereira on 3.
Yeah, the same Atapatu player, the opening game of the World Cup, February last year at Newlands. She played a pivotal role to take Sri Lanka over the line.
As she did as well in the T20 series now, with excellent 80 that she scored in the one match. She really is the standout performer for her team.
But she's not related to the great Marvin Atapatu.
No, not as far as we're aware. No, slightly different spelling, definitely. Yeah, man who gave us some grey hairs as well.
Yeah.
Back in the day. That's good bowling from Winster.
I must say, one of the better keepers on the circuit is Reddy. Very impressed with her. She seems to be comfortable. She's playing against one of the better spin bowlers in the competition, Janae Winster, and very quick to capitalise on the bad delivery. So there will be a next season to determine promotion and relegation. And I think Free State can take a lot of positives out of this one. Gives this one a lot of flight. But the fielding is done and no run added to the total. They are actually under no pressure. They need just a little bit less than 40 runs from 15 overs to win by a bonus point, and that will give them a hell of a lot of confidence.
Yeah, especially from where they started this campaign, towards the back end here, they picked up some nice rhythm as a unit. So, as you mentioned, from what's happening next year, relegation and promotion, so they'll take all this momentum into the next starting season.
Yeah. James, you can help me right. Am I right in saying that Free State did defeat Western Province at Newlands?
They
I'm just trying to think. There was, yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
Defeat them, yes.
Yes, so
In the 50 over competition.
in the 50 over competition, yeah, I'm referring to the 50 over.
Yeah.
And that was also a match where Mignon van der Merwe obviously
Was indeed.
outstanding.
So 50 over competition, they have had a couple of really good results. Should have been.
Kayakaza Mate back into the attack. She picked up 2 wickets. Only conceded 10 runs in her first 4 overs. Oh, almost an edge to that one by van der Merwe. She tried to execute the cut shot and just missed the outside edge.
Yeah, you can just sense by the body language of the badges that this is the last a little bit of effort they can push into and trying to break this partnership or get rid of van der Merwe.
Compliments also to Free State. They never allow the Badgers to stop the rhythm and the momentum, because that's where the Badgers can be a very dangerous team defending low totals. We saw that here on this very same ground where they successfully defend a sub 150 against teams like the Titans, the Knights and the Dolphins. Well bowled, Mate Amas. Also very impressive performance from Mate. We at one stage thought that she will not complete this match because of a shoulder, but there's some new energy. She walks back to a mark.
Maybe she heard the conversation about contract, you never know.
It was maybe relayed to her by the 12th man. 12th.
We sometimes see the gloves coming on for the batters. Not quite sure. Maybe that was the sign for the physio. She wanted to know what was.
Very good bowling. She restricted van der Merwe to a dot ball.
And she has been bowling well. She bowled exceptionally well in her first spell, taking those 2 wickets. And even though she was hit for a couple of boundaries, it was almost a carbon copy the second dismissal of the first one. But she has been very good all season, KK Mate. Really an important member of this Garden Route Badgers team.
Van der Merwe will admit is deserving more than a dot ball, but it's a maiden over bowl. So as it stands, we've got 23 overs left, and the Free State need 35 runs to win. They've got 7 wickets in hand as they will take rings, and we will be back after the rings. So we're back after the rings break. 35 runs needed from 23 overs and 7 wickets in hand. The Knights set to take this one over the line by a bonus point as Winster continues with her penultimate over from the Freda Street end of the ground.
Then to Vernice, ready on 10 of 14 deliveries. That's good bowling from Winster. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15. With her bowling at the moment, Kaikaze Mate, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10. So really has been some good bowling, but equally Mignon van der Merwe batting exceptionally well for the Recon Tactical Free State women. 31 of 35 deliveries with 5 boundaries. So 20 of those 31 in boundaries and a couple of really sharp singles.
I must say compliments to Reddy. She didn't leave it for Van der Merwe. She took ownership and she's very impressive with the bat.
Yeah, Reddy, excuse the pun, Reddy was ready to bat. By the looks of things, she came in nicely. She looked pretty comfortable. Nothing really bothered her, so she just continue a nice little rich structure form here.
Winster, and that will be a single as Tabitha Lagranci runs in from the boundary to do the fielding. In Kimberley, for those of you who follow that game,
I'll get it for you now.
Now it's 34 for 1 after 12 overs, so it's a bit of a slow start for Sri Lanka, but as James correctly mentioned, Atapatu is still at the crease.
Danger woman for South Africa, important player for Sri Lanka. You feel they have got some very good youngsters that have come through. Gunaratne has been one of those. You've also got Kavisha Dilari, who played so well in one of those, the T20s, as did Gunaratne. Gunaratne is out, but Atapatu is still there with Ashini Pereira. Pereira really striking at a very low rate, 3 off 20 deliveries. It's Atapatu the one that's making the difference here, and she's just been particularly severe on Elise Marie Marks at the beginning of her over. So
yeah, Elise Marie Marks, who of course scored 100 here for the Titans against the Badgers, a very good all-rounder from Pretoria, and she just also recently made a debut for the South African national women's team, as there's another single for Reddy, and that takes the score to, that's 100 up.
That's 100 up now, yep. 100 for 3 after 28.1 overs, so it all seems to be just going along very nicely for this Free State team at the moment. That's pulled very nicely by Mignon van der Merwe down to Julia Hole at backward square. It's almost something needs to trigger here. You'd sense 33 now needed to win should be easy enough, particularly with Van der Merwe and Reddy at the crease. It's very nice shot on the up, and why she waited there I don't know. She should have just gone straight away. Bit of ball watching there from Reddy, and maybe a comment on that, Warren, from your side, from a coaching point of view. That's not what you want your batters to do, is to stop halfway down the wicket watching the ball being fielded.
Yeah, just admiring the stroke.
I'm just reading the note here on Warren's notebook. Keep it simple.
Exactly. Yeah, that happens at all levels of the game, I guess.
Yeah.
If it comes out the bat nice, you're expecting something more than just a single. So, players just need to be more alert of what's going on, especially, watching your partner. Eye contact is also really important.
Yeah.
If you're trying to sneak 1 or 2 quick singles, so yeah, that's just part of the game people need to, and younger players need to work on.
Another dot ball from Kaikaze Mate, Been very economical. She picked up 2 wickets. She's into a 6 over, and she bagged 2 for 13. Yeah, running between the wickets. I was never a great cricket player, but I guess that is something which you must already cement it at under 11 level. The moment that you move to the hardball version, you need to keep that drills in, and one more run to Van der Merwe.
Yeah, you tend to think that the quicker ones are normally the ones that can run nicely between the wickets, but there was no communication that can cause havoc in your batting order. So, yeah, communication is very key in all parts of the game, especially if you got the ability to read body language. There's also some sort of way of reading and communicating. So, very important that those things are being touched on during the training sessions and so forth. So, yeah.
Yeah, just on another note, whilst we wait for the Winster over to start, the Pakistan Cricket Board has just announced their decision to appoint Gary Kirsten and Jason Gillespie as the coaches for the men's national team.
Wow.
So Kirsten will be the right ball coach, but on another note, there will be no run added as Van der Merwe played this one off to the offside.
So did we say that Pakistan could win the World Cup since Gary Kirsten was involved with India last time?
Well, you never know.
Well, they came very close, even under Mickey Arthur.
Yeah.
He's been the coach. He had 2 stints there with Pakistan.
Yeah.
It's quite an interesting place to coach. I obviously had a discussion with he's at the University of the Western Cape now. I'll get to his name now. He also coached the West Indies.
So Kirsten could be just the last little magic sprinkle there for Pakistan.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see. I mean, they have had their challenges. Certainly Pakistan do struggle to keep coaches. That's missed out there, I think.
Straight to the field in Michelle May, no run added to the score.
Yeah, the Pakistan board opting for South Africans to run. I know there's a fitness trainer, Griekes is also from South Africa, from Portland.
And the physiotherapist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that whole backroom staff looked like South African backroom staff there.
Yeah, they've had, as I say, a number of them. I mean, Bob Woolmer, who formerly coached South Africa, was involved with quite heavily involved with the Pakistan
He was
national
his
team.
last job was a Pakistan coach.
He was indeed, and he sadly passed away during the World Cup in the West Indies.
Yeah, that was 2003.
Which was 2007?
2007,
Yeah.
pardon for that.
So, yeah, very sad. Bob Woolmer, brilliant coach, and he really did have...
The fitness trainer is Drika Simon.
Okay. So they have... it's going to be Yolandi Simon now, another Simon, who's going to be coming in to bowl from the northern end of the ground, the Queen's Mall end. It's 103 for the loss of 3, so just 31 needed of 20 overs, and by means of a comparison, after 30 overs it was the Badgers who were 69 for 6, so that was really before that big 8th wicket partnership that was batting at 5 runs and over that got them to that 133 all out in the 44th over. So certainly looking if Van der Merwe and Reddy, who already put together a partnership of 19 for the 4th wicket, they can stay there. You feel it's going to be just a matter of time before this Free State team get over the line. But Yolandi Simon has other ideas, I'm sure. It's beautifully played by Reddy, backward at point, but Chantal van Schoor has some good fielding, as we know she is very capable of doing. Just seemed to have maybe just in that.
Yeah, Reddy and Van Merwe look pretty comfortable at the crease here. Nothing really concerning. As they just knock it around to get this last 30 runs off.
Goes back to the spinner, but plays it very nicely to Tawita Mkhransi in the covers. So a lot of cricket going on and cricket related matters going on around the world. Also the small matter of the Indian Premier League at the moment from a men's point of view. That's in the air, that might be out. Michelle May's underneath it, is it? No, it's not. It's Michaela Andrews underneath it and takes the catch. And Yolandi Simon gets the wicket and a big hug there. Isn't that amazing to see? Wonderful stuff. But on her comeback, she bowls a full toss to Mignon Vandermeer, and Vandermeer hits that ball to Michaela Andrews, and a huge hug from Mignon to Yolandi Simon, who just took her wicket. Isn't that wonderful to see the spirit of cricket? And she has to make her way back for 33 of 48 deliveries, and that is a breakthrough. Whether that is enough, doubt it. Only 30 needed to win this match for the Tactical Free State team, but stranger things have happened in cricket.
Yeah, you just took the words out of my mouth. Very strange thing has happened. I must just say, as long as Reddy is there, I think Free State can be favour themselves. But typical Yolandi Simon, she plays the game with passion, and maybe one day she will tell her grandchildren, I got the wicket of the great Mignon on the prayer one day.
Yeah, I certainly hope so.
That's the first that I think is the first time I've seen the batter celebrate with the bowler. So she'll definitely pass on that song to her little grandchildren.
Yeah, such is the nature of Mignon Vandermeer, such an incredible ambassador for the sport.
But you can't bowl wides defending only 30 runs, as it's a wide. It's not wide,
must have come off something then, some bat on it. And the new batter is, who is that? Is that Molefe? It is Molefe, yeah.
Ivodia Yekile.
Yekile that's come in. It's straight down the ground, past the diving, and remaining on the ground, Yolandi Simon. And good catch there by umpire Gaynor Sabola. You would have seen on your screen as she was tossed that ball back by Michelle May. And maybe there is an opening, but that was a run taken by the new batter Yekile.
Ivodia Yekile. So as Tabitha Lagranci returns, this time she will bowl from the furthest street end of the ground.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how she's what she's able to do here. Maybe a good call this. I mean, Janae Winster finished her overs. She knows that Tabitha has been very successful recently. She's coming into she's coming to slip. No, she's going round to short fine, I think, here. Yeah. And they are certainly putting a little bit of pressure on the new batter. Just the one fielder outside the ring, and that's at deep square. That's
well bowled, Francie.
Leg stump really was well bowled. She wants to keep it wicket to wicket here. She's got the field set for that, so she wants to be doing the what they normally call it, you miss, I hit type of situation. Just love this action of hers. She's into her work now.
That should be out.
That should be out. Oh no. And it's not. That is a missed opportunity there, one feels. Maybe a mix-up between the fielder, KK Mate.
It was KK's ball. She should have called for that.
And Asaka and Yovani, is it there at mid-off? Somebody should have called for it and gone for that catch.
And that would have put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, certainly would have done.
Definitely. Well, the batter will just tell you it's great placement for one day.
Yeah, completely. Got it over the fielder at extra cover and in front of the fielder at mid-off.
It was like a 20-meter chip with a sandwich out of the bunker.
Right.
You ask the rest of the teammates what was the panic for, it's all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's good. Ready with a very powerful drive down the ground there, just for one. Another little misfield there at mid-off.
She did get round quickly in this instance, did Asoka Nyovani. Good fielding there from the player who did represent South Africa emerging in their tour to Zimbabwe. Played firmly by Evodia Yakila back to the bowler who half fields on her follow through. It's been a good over so far. You think we'll see from Tabitha Lachransi.
Yeah, she's still got plenty of overs to go after this 1-6, and she really threatens the batters. I think the Badgers must just switch on and get some sort of a sense of belief that they can still pull something out of nothing here. But advantage at this stage to the Free State, and Reddy has played quite well today.
Yeah, back to Lachransi there. It's quite nice to see the young players learning quite fast. You know, when Van der Merwe was at the crease, Van der Merwe was coming at her, but and she pulled the length back, and also nicely. So it's good to see her back in attack, and the youngster standing up for herself.
Yeah. So she's now bowled 4 overs, 0 for 21. It is, and Yolandi Simon in again. She's into her 4th over, and that was very close, that off stump, and just trying to cut that one against the spin, and that's not that advisable with the off spinner. She went back as well. It could have been dangerous. It's Ready on strike. It's a good ball. She floated that one beautifully. That's a risky single. Oh, that hit. Oh,
that was a run-out opportunity. There was another run-out opportunity.
Oh my goodness! It was very good fielding here in front of us from Nyovani. Picked it up cleanly, threw it in, and Yolandi Simon, had she gathered that would have been out.
Yeah, that could have been the end already.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a lack of application concentration, because the run-out was on there.
Yeah.
And you can also sense it from the body language of the Badgers.
Definitely. Teapots there from Asoka Nyovani. She knows that was close. They're not going to risk it now. That was almost an identical situation they took the single to previously. That was a really risky run earlier on. That would have...
yeah, one just senses there will be some hard works in the dressing room for tomorrow's T20.
It's in the air. Who's got this one? The cap. Oh my word! And again, it would have been out if that had hit. You feel it would have been very close, potentially out, because Evodia Yakila didn't have her bat down. It was in the air as she was going over that ball, and unfortunately, the Simon not able to take the catch off her own bowling. So 2 potential catches here that have been missed in the last 2 overs by the Badgers. All happening.
Yeah, there was a play from the great English writer William Shakespeare. He called it a comedy of errors.
Yes, that's exactly what that was, wasn't it? Could have been, should have been a catch, could have been a run out, and it was neither. So it's very, very interesting. Almost tempted to quote Hamlet now. So. Oh, that's beautiful delivery.
It's stumping from Mikita. She's got great hands as a wicket keeper, and eventually a wicket, the second wicket for Yolandi Simon.
Yeah, it's fine. It's on now again, is it? It is on, yes. So, wicket falling there, and outstanding stuff from the Badgers. They're finally making some inroads into this Recon Tactical Free State lineup, and it's Evodia Yakila who... I'm just trying to see who actually now, whose wicket went down there. It was Evodia Yakila who was stumped. Ready is with the new batter. Who's it? Elandri Janse van Rensburg, and it will be ready on strike to Tabitha Lachransi, and we'll see what happens here. And as now it's 110 for the loss of 5, 24 needed to win, 5 wickets for the Badgers. Is this going to be something very interesting happening here?
Well bowled to Tabitha Lachransi.
Lachransi just guiding away, trying to make sure she puts some pressure onto both batters, Reddy and Smith, that just walked into the crease. Yeah, like we said, could there be a slight little tail, a twist somewhere? You never know.
Mia Smith, she's obviously an accomplished batter.
Yes, she is indeed. It is Smith at the crease there. Thought it was actually Elandri Janse van Rensburg. It's not. They've changed the batting order slightly. They brought Miane Smith in up to number 7.
The ex-head girl of the Oranje Meisie School in Bloemfontein. She's at the crease, and there will be some pressure on her.
There will be, but she's very capable of dealing with that, and they don't need to be rushing to get these runs. It's really around making sure, even if they get them in singles, but the score is on Nelson, 111 for 5, a 1-1-1.
Now the bonus point is irrelevant. It will not make any difference to the outcome of the lock. That was a poor delivery, well negotiated, and punished by Smith for 4.
Yeah, touch of the bats, and well they should be, because she takes advantage of the poor delivery down the leg side from Tabitha Lachransi, and that will not please the bowler at all. She's done very well in her comeback spell, put a bit of pressure on them. Yolandi Simon it is who's got the 2 wickets though.
115 for 5. They still need 19 runs to win, and there's some poor application by the Badgers. It's unacceptable on this level, and there's 1 run added to the total, 1 less run to win this match.
So down now to 116 for 5, just 18 runs needed. Just sense it's those 2 wickets maybe too little, too late for the Badgers, but it does give you an indication of how they can defend a low total. You sense another 40 or 50 runs, which at one stage looked maybe possible when Van Schoor and Andrews were batting. Would have made it a lot more difficult to chase. Perhaps the wicket of Mignon van der Merwe a little bit earlier would have also made it more difficult. But they're trying very hard out there, the Garden Badgers, and trying equally hard, the batters of Recon Tactical Free State, trying to get over the line. So it is, who is going to be to bowl from this side? It's going to be Yolandi Simon to continue. She's done outstandingly well in this her second
she bowled
spell.
4 overs, 2 for 19, and she conceded 11 runs in the very first over, so she did well to come back. Yeah. Obviously the wicket of Mignon van der Merwe,
which was applauded and celebrated by the batter herself, which was quite interesting. So she's in now to Miane Smith, and Smith might not find this the easiest against the spin of Simon. That is again something very interesting, just the bowler diving to her right, hitting the bat of the ball, then hitting the bat of the non-striker Reddy. Smith facing Simon. Everybody on the offside in the ring. Oh, she's going back to the off spinner. It's a dangerous ploy, particularly to one that's floated up a bit like that. It wasn't really that short. Perhaps better to use her feet to come down and smother the spin if she wants to do that. Difficult sometimes to get the batters to come forward to the spinners. And that is down the leg side and will be signalled wide. Very quick signal by umpire Gaynor Sabola.
Yeah, with both long on, or mid off on, into the circle there. Snyman probably trying to give it some flight, so tempting Smith to hit the ball over the top. As she comes out of the wicket, but just not backs it down the ground and get one. Very nicely taken single there. Yeah, you kind of get the sense that this last 16 runs is just going to be knocked over quite comfortably. Just by looking at the body language of the batters currently.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Simon
trying that surprise full toss again. Even another run out. Had that been picked up, or a direct hit would have definitely been a run out, and had that been picked up by Simon, could well have been a run out there. So
definitely needing for some introspection here from the local side. That was another run out opportunity. And although it's only 16, 17 runs needed, it's one wicket less to get over the line.
Yeah, you would think, even just thinking about tomorrow's fixture, as she knocks it down again, just for a single, those run-out chances is crucial. You know, you take their 2 run-out chances now, there's 7 wickets down, and then take 3 good balls, and it's the end of the game.
Completely different game. And I must say, I'm impressed. Mate still has got overs left, Van Schoor has got overs left, and Lagrancy is bowling quite well.
Yeah, they've bowled. Yolandi Simon has come back after that wicket of Mignon van der Merwe. Her analysis has been really good, as you say, conceding 11 off her first over. She's come right back into it, and she's now bowled 5 overs and conceded 23 runs, just 2 wickets. So really good from an economy rate for her as well in those remaining 4 overs as we go into the final, into the next power play after 35 overs. And women's cricket slightly different to men's cricket here with the 50 over aspect. And I'm wondering why, although it's actually quite defensive, the field on the leg side, I'm not sure that they're going to take them on. Miane Smith, to me, not going to be taking on, who is this now? Bowling, is this Chantal van Schoor?
Chantal van Schoor is back into the bowling attack.
That's right, she has to take her white arm gloves off.
Good observation, James.
Yeah, so she's
just playing it easy.
Yeah, you would think that Van Schoor would bring mid-on back up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would think so.
Try to make the batter go for it, take an extra risk, but if they're keeping the same field, so it should be easy just for Eddie to knock it down the ground. There could be some more pressure on the field from the fielding side,
Yeah. Well, you say it's the only way that the game's going to be won is if wickets are taken. So, if you concede them in boundaries with people taking a chance, or whether you concede them in singles, does it really matter?
Yeah.
It's this is the sort of thing we were talking a bit about earlier on, is just try and look at it, and that's
a poor delivery by Van Schoor. He's dealt with. There's no way that Simon will cut that off, and it's 4 more to the total, taking the score to 125.
So yes, if you're going to bowl a delivery like that, then no field is going to help you, unfortunately. Definitely.
In the context of the game, after the departure of Mignon van der Merwe, she stood her ground and she took the ownership to take them over the line. As I said, she looked very good with the gloves in hand, and one of the better keeper batsmen on the circuit.
But definitely, and South Africa at the moment, with what seems to be a really good crop of young and also experienced wicket-keeper batters, and that's in the air. Is that one? No, oh my goodness! Just slipping there was Michaela Andrews. That was a chance to take the 6th wicket again, and there have been a number of chances that have come to hand. You wonder what Reddy was actually thinking there. Maybe trying to play it over that cover field. So it's actually what we've been talking about, Warren, is that, and Albertus, you're giving the opportunity to try and score by hitting that ball over the cover field, because you don't have anybody out in the deep. You take that chance, taking the chance, you put the ball in the air, and unfortunately fielder not able to convert there because she just slipped in terms of turning to try and get to the ball. So,
and Michaela Andrews, normally a great athlete with good hands. She took some brilliant catches during the season. As we watched, Simon will bowl a 6 over. She conceded 23 and picked up 2 wickets. It's well bowled. In one sense, she's always asking the right questions to the batters.
She is certainly asking the right questions of the batters. Yolandi Simon, I mean, she's come back so well in this spell, having taken that wicket of Mignon Fanameva.
And that's another wicket. That's another wicket.
And that is third wicket for Yolandi Simon, and eventually Yolandi Simon deciding, well, I can't catch it, my fielders can't catch it, so I'm going to do this myself.
Yeah, look, I think when the Badgers women get back to the dressing room tonight, there will be a lot of self-introspection and re-introspection in the opportunities they had. We said right from the beginning, although 134 is not a massive total, they always decide to defend good, and when there's a sniff an opportunity, they grab it, and today they just were not on the same page as they normally are.
Yeah, the Badgers, like you said, the Badgers will definitely kick themselves for the chance they didn't take. Again, we mentioned earlier, cricket, it's a funny game, and again, it's trying to be funny here, but there's only one side trying to adapt to this joke at the moment, so let's see what if the Badgers can maybe, again, just try and turn things around there. For 8 runs to defend. It could only take 4 good balls, gentlemen.
126 for 6. And, you know, you're putting pressure on the batting team, as it is now. I think it is a Landry Janse van Rensburg that's
correct, yeah. Simon, she will not give up.
There is it.
And there's another opportunity.
Yeah, there was another opportunity, perhaps.
She was very slow out of the blocks.
She was.
Sure, this is a stage where maybe the captain or the wicket keeper itself maybe just make the players aware when they're in the ring, just get a little bit closer, encourage them to go over the top. It could be give us a chance here. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, maybe just small tactics that needs to be looked at from a Badgers point of view. A lot of air given there.
That's gone.
Capitalised all over, it's all the way. That is 6.
That has gone for 6, and that is 1 run now needed. I think it is to win. The scores are tied. So only if 4 wickets fall now, the same score for the super over. That is not going to happen in this sense. We'll call that. You don't need to be Nostradamus. And Yolandi Simon really upset with herself that she bowled a full toss on that one, but it was.
I take nothing away from the Free State, but the Badgers never turn up today.
Yeah. No, it was not a great day at the office for the Badgers. Tomorrow is another day in the T20 competition. They'll really want to forget this one in a bit of a hurry.
Game over, and deservedly Free State take it home. They win by 4 wickets with just jigging
8 overs and 1 ball left.
No, it's more. Sorry, we're just going to go there.
Sorry, not 8. Yeah, no, sorry, I'm talking nonsense here. 14. Still going to be a 45 over game. Yeah, 13 overs and 1
and
ball.
that's a bonus point victory for the Recon Tactical Free State. After early today, the Badgers won the toss. They opted to bat first. They never got going. Ilandra Jansen van Rensburg picked up 3 early wickets. Michelle May grafted for 65 balls to score 21. There was a nice 50-wicket partnership for the 8 wicket between Michaela Andrews, who hit 35 from 39 balls, and Chantal van Schoor, who made 23. For Free State, Ilandra Jansen van Rensburg, she bagged 3 for 15 and 6 overs. There was 2 for 21 from Mia Naismith. The captain, Zintle Kula, bagged 2 for 12, and Yolandi Potgieter 2 for 13. The visitors, they never struggle to get home. There was a good 25 from Kula. Mignon van der Merwe made 33, and Vuranesha really a well-played 24. In my view, that was the innings that turned the match in the favour of the visitors. Kayakaze Mate took 2 for 14, and Yolandi Simon 3 for 31. Well done. Just a last view from you, Warren, before I give over to James.
Yeah. Congratulations for the Free State ladies team. Again, a lot of questions, and maybe also just a short period of time to correct these mistakes that the Badgers made today in the field. But congratulations to the Free State ladies side again for very good cricket being displayed, especially early this morning with the ball, and obviously Van der Merwe, like we said, Betty with a very important match-winning partnership there. Over to you, James.
Yeah, James says, so there's got to be no change in the lock positions. The Badgers will finish 5th. Free State, in spite of winning by a bonus point, they will finish 6th and last in this competition. We're looking forward to the T20 game tomorrow.
Absolutely, and very little left for me to say than just thank you to the South Western District's cricket here for hosting us today. Really has been wonderful once again to be here at the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn, and we'll be back tomorrow for the T20 match between these two teams. That match starting at 9:30 South African Standard Time. So if you have been watching and listening today, we hope you'll be able to join us for that. Should be another really interesting game today. Perhaps the Badgers just not performing to the best of their ability, but full credit due to the team from the Free State, and particularly Landry Jans van Rensburg with the bowling effort, reducing them early doors to a really low score, 27 for 3 in the first 10 over power play. And so very important that tomorrow's match, both teams just turn up for that and make sure we have an exciting contest. I'm sure it will be. Be wonderful to have you back with us tomorrow. There's a beautiful Oudtshoorn, a lovely day here, and from the recreation ground, from myself, Albertus Kennedy, and from Warren Bell, it's goodbye for today.